Hello, everybody. Good morning. Looks like we got the microphone working. That's a good thing. I'm trying to get set up for a time lapse here. Pardon me for a moment. I need to get the power supply for the camera. All right, I can talk while I do this, I think. So what we're going to do, the balance has been sitting stationary all night, with the weights in the position you see them in the west position. So what I want to do, and it looks really stable. I've been watching it for a little while. It's hanging right around 210. What I'm going to do is and actually that's a little further down scale than I would like, but I think it'll work anyway. We're going to find out here in a minute. If it doesn't, we'll abort this and make an adjustment of center. I'm just concerned that the lasers stay on the screen. That's all I'm talking about. The center of the upper oscillation has typically been around 220 or 224, so we're downscale about 10 millimeters. I don't think that's actually going to hurt anything. But what I want to do is now move the balls from the west position to the east position, and that's going to cause a downscale deflection, and it will start the oscillation. We're going to record six periods of oscillation that way, and then we'll reverse the weights and put them back in the position they're in right now and watch 6 more oscillations. So I'm figuring a total time lapse here. I'm going to set the shooting interval on the camera to 20 seconds. So we get 3 frames a minute. I'm going to set the image count to 600. And that'll give us 200 minutes. And with a 16-minute oscillation period, that should work fine. So let's see, there's one more thing I got to do to the camera. Just set the aspect ratio. Got that done. So okay, let me go get the camera on the tripod. Back in a second. There we go. Actually, let's see. Let me turn this camera around and show you what I was doing. There's the DSLR set up over there. Get my hand to move correctly. Looking at the laser and the scale. So let's see. $10.50. What the clock says. Sounds fair enough. I'm gonna go and move the balls. And there we go. Oh, need to start the time lapse. Almost forgot. So let's see what's going on in the chat here. Who we got? Oh, wow. 16 people watching. Hello, Peter Harrington. Alien Believers, good morning. Adric. Yeah. Yeah, Adric says, just remember after you're done with the lead, I have N-1 substances left to test. Yeah, apparently. And Carl Edwards, did I say your name already? Maybe not. I know I talked to Peter and Alien. Adric. Carl again. Kristen Frost, laser beams. I don't know why you're not blue. We shall remedy that problem right now. And let's see. See if I see anybody else. John Themicus. Don't let the lead balls come into contact with the box. Yes, that's doesn't really hurt anything, but it's annoying because if you bump that box, then the horizontal pendulum also turns itself into a vertical pendulum. So the whole balance beam it is not only oscillating side to side, but it's oscillating front to back. And that usually takes an hour to settle down. It doesn't really change the readings at all. But I think some of the flat earthers have seen that happen and accused me of somehow or the other trying to influence the test. So I was quite careful that time. Make sure I didn't let the big lead balls touch anything. And I didn't. Whoa, hell, what the hell happened to the red dot? Oh my God. It's terrible. That thing is whizzing off to the left. Whatever shall we do? Yeah, John, it's front to back pendulous swing is what you get. like I say, really doesn't hurt anything. Doesn't change the readings at all. It just makes the laser beam bounce up and down. That bouncing up and down is because as it swings back and forth, you're changing the angle of the mirror. Yeah, Peter, absolutely. I'm glad to know that this thing will have a home, particularly a home where it'll actually get used. Yeah, I didn't want this thing relegated to the corner of some uh, exhibit hall someplace or the other to be forgotten. It really, I mean, it works really well, and it's something students learning about this stuff could benefit from using. And it actually gets pretty accurate results. Hello, Judy Bassett. Good morning. Carl says you'd swear there's a force affecting the balls. Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Making a few notes here while I'm thinking about it. Where's that damn red dot? As long as it doesn't fall off the edge of the screen, I don't really care that we're not perfectly centered. I'll tell you, if you ever get a chance to fiddle around with one of these things, you'll find out it's damn near impossible to get one of them perfectly centered. I've practiced a lot, and I can get it within a half a division or so sometimes. Other times, well, not so much. The last oscillation periods I measured were 975 seconds. And 75, half of that, and that's just over 8 minutes. So down on the bottom end, we're getting close because I moved it at around 10:59, I think. Still moving down scale just a little bit. I'm not going to put any of my circles around it today just because I want to be able to go back and use this with the tracker software. And it'll be a lot easier if tracker doesn't have to try to figure out what the hell those circles are. That looks like about 146 is going to be the number. And that makes sense, I think. It is what it is. Meanwhile, I've been watching with interest some of the effort that Sleeping Warrior and his crowd have been putting into their version of Cavendish. And if any of you haven't seen that, I'd recommend go having a look. They've built a rather unique, well, I won't say unique, they built a different type of torsion balance. And it's not unlike torsion balances that you see done by others, where the balance is not in a slender case like this. It's actually in some sort of circular container, like a pot looking thing. But most of the time when you see those done, they've done it because they're doing it in a vacuum, and it's a good shape for vacuum application. But Sleeping Warrior is not able to detect motion, and I don't think he understands how small these motions are. And if you're watching this, anybody watching this, just pay attention to those marks on that vernier scale. That's the real deal. That's the end of the torsion balance you're looking at. And that thing moves maybe three or four of those marks, those divisions. But each of those divisions is 1/20th of an inch. So the balance barely moves. I mean, the force is that small. We got to confine it to those kinds of movements if we want to stand a chance of being able to make the measurements. So here's the problem. Sleeping Warrior won't tell anybody what the hell he's doing. He's got that thing. He's got what looks like a torsion balance hanging in it. He's never said a word, or will not say, what the material is that his torsion wire is made out of. He started out with it not fixed at the top, so it wasn't even a torsion wire, and the thing was just swinging all over the place. He apparently fixed it now at the top, so it actually is a torsion element, but we've never seen it vibrate. We've never been able to see it oscillate like you're watching this one. So without the oscillation, we don't have any idea how sensitive or insensitive that thing might be. Then, of course, I'm the one he's been accusing of hiding things, and we know nothing about his system. He's told us that he's got lead that's 30 kilograms, 2 rolls of roofing, flashing type stuff, 30 kilograms apiece. That's perfect, thank you. What's the diameter of the pot that balance is in? How long is the balance? What's the mass of the little balls you got hanging on the balance? What's the wire material? How long is the wire? And what diameter is the wire material? Now, if you gave us all that stuff, we could tell you whether or not you could expect to see any movement or not from your gizmo. But the fact that you're not seeing it move, Sleeping Warrior, is most likely an indication that you don't have enough sensitivity in that thing. We'll not know until you show it oscillating. Make it oscillate. Make it do what I'm making mine do right now. Get it sensitive enough that you can make it oscillate either by mechanically moving it or upsetting it somehow or the other, or gravitationally upsetting it the way I'm doing. Don't care which. But without the oscillation period, we have no idea what sort of force we could expect. Eric says, Says the wire is a nylon fiber. Who told it to you, Eric? Out of curiosity. Hello, Doug. Good morning. Stone Monkey, good morning. Oh, and good morning, Eric. I meant to say that, but I think I forgot to. Larry Scott. Larry Scott, can I ask an obvious question? The 10.25 times is the angle of the laser from the mirror twice the angle of rotation of the bar. Yes, it is. And that's built into the 10.25. Here's how you can calculate 10.25. The length of the torsion balance from its center point out to the center line of one of the small masses is 24 inches. The distance from the center line of the torsion bar to that target over there is 10 feet 3 inches. So divide 10.25 by 2 and you get 5 whatever, right? 5.125. But then you double it because of the mirror, so you're right back to a factor of 10.25. That's how it works. David Oliver wants to know if it's dangerous to use the lead balls. No, not at all. As long as you use, semi-common sense. I would recommend after you've handled lead, you wash your hands. But lead ingested is over time will certainly be toxic to you. The much more dangerous form of it is when it's vaporized. You need to be very careful and cautious if you're going to melt that stuff down, that you do it in a really well ventilated area. But of course, we're not doing any of that stuff, and I never touch the lead anyway, so just having it sitting here doesn't do a thing. Kristen says, don't lick the balls and you're fine. You're right. Do not lick the balls. That's something Nathan Oakley might object to, but whatever. Yeah, fishing weights are pure lead, correct. And in fact, Kristen, that's where these came from. I bought the company I found that can make these 50-pounders is a company out in California that makes these same, they call them cannonball weights. And they make them for the fishing industry. That's what this is. It's a weight they use on great big nets for these large commercial fishing operations. All right, we'll let it go, Mike, on the value, but do try to keep it a little bit on the PG side if you don't mind. We all make ball jokes around here just because that seems to be the thing to do. In fact, I think I told everybody that I had decided to rename the garage. I'm going to This is no longer the garage. This is what I will call from now on the ballroom. So. Eric says shipping the balls. The lead balls probably cost more than the balls cost. Actually, not. As long as they didn't exceed 50 pounds. I think that was the limit. Maybe they can ship them a little bit bigger than that. I forgot now what the guy told me. But these he made 2 shipments. And I think the shipping wasn't all that bad. It was, 15 or 20 bucks a piece or something. So it wasn't bad at all, cost-wise. But if you crated those things up, made 75 pounders or something, like 100 pounders, and stuck 2 of them on a pallet, yeah, you'd pay a fair amount of money motor freight to get them shipped somewhere. I really started out trying to get 75-pound balls, and the guy thought he could make 60 pounders, and then it turned out that his molds wouldn't cooperate, so we stuck to these, and they're a little under 50. They're 22.03 kilograms each, according to my highly accurate fish scale over there, which you can see hanging on the crossbeam on the far side of the framework. Let's see. That's interesting. Kristen says we would put the fishing lines on tall poles on the boat sides and use weights like that to keep the bait deeper when trolling. The fish hits the line and the lead balls detach. Wow. That's cool. David Oliver says, I know osmium is more dense than lead and has a very high temperature melting point. That's the problem with a lot of material, with a lot of the dense materials, that you got to get it damned hot to be able to do anything with it. I think you got to get tungsten like well over 3,000 centigrade. So, how would you make, trying to work with that stuff would be about impossible for somebody like me. You got to have a foundry, some way, an arc furnace to be able to melt the damn stuff. Lead just makes so much sense. You can literally melt it on your top of your stove if you wanted to. But of course, the flat earthers have said all I've proven is that lead attracts lead. Right. And there's a constant clamor for use some other material, do something else, do this, do that. Well, I've made them a deal too. I'll give you the specifications. In fact, I'll tell you what the specs are right now. If you want to make some spheres that are 6 inches in diameter, they need to have a little hook at the top so that they can attach to the clevises I've got. And if you want to make some different material, it needs to be at least, I want to say, 15 pounds. Needs to weigh at least that. Make something like that for me and ship it to me, and I'll give you a price to test it. I'm not doing it for free. We're testing what we want to test. There's no need to test anything else. Lead is the perfect substance. It's very dense, and it's readily available, and it's diamagnetic. That's the only things we care about. Let's see, David. No, there are other ferromagnetic materials other than just ferrous metals. Can't name them off the top of my head, but there are several. We haven't let the dot fall off the screen yet, have we? Oh, thank you, Carl. Yeah, I hope it stays on the screen. So that was at least one complete oscillation we just saw, because now it's moving back up scale again. I'm trying to get about 6 total oscillations, and then we're going to reverse these weights. Do nothing else other than that. Reverse the weights. And then watch 6 more oscillations. And hopefully we'll have a nice clean set of pictures off the time lapse. And through the magic of computer science and some help from my good friend Eric, we'll get the tracker software to turn this into a pretty little sine wave damped oscillation graph that'll show everybody what this thing does. And that actually is more impressive to me than just watching the red dot. It's very clear. It's going to be very clear when we move these balls what just happened. Won't be any doubt in the graph. Now I'm going back and catching up. Sorry, Larry had asked if I had to grind one of them to make them identical. Yeah, I actually did. They were slightly different, and I don't remember right now. It's in one of the videos. One of them seems like was about 3/10 of a kilogram more than the other one. So what I used actually was some very coarse grit sandpaper on my palm sander, and just tried to, carefully remove it equally. In fact, I've got a sample of that. Where is it? Right here. Kept a baggie full of it. Try to hold this around in front of the cam. Well, actually, I'll show it to you. Let me move the cam. I got to get back over on the OBS where I can see what I'm doing. There you go. There's a baggie full of lead powder. That's what came off of one of those. Actually, it's the ball that's on the left. Let's see if we can get that back up. This thing back where it goes. There we go. Andret, where's he? Oh, there he is. Hello, Mr. Andret. That's hazmat material. Yeah, it probably is, Larry. I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm not even sure why I decided to keep that around. I don't know what good it's doing me. Got a baggie full of lead dust. I don't know how much of it I've got, actually. Feels like I don't know, maybe 3 ounces. I doubt it's even that much. No, Clive, actually, I did not wear a duck suit. Real men are not scared of a little lead. Yeah, I could melt it down and make fishing weights out of it. Be a hell of a lot easier just to go buy some fishing weights. I got some split shot laying around here somewhere. I tried using that as a way to attach these damned wires that don't want to solder. Didn't work too well. Linus wants to know what happens when you put a piece of lead and a piece of gold and mercury. I would say you contaminate both the lead and the gold is what will happen. But one of you chemist type people, tell us what goes on. No, I don't know anybody that casts bullets. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I do have a friend that does that. I may give him that baggie full of stuff. It's not worth anything, but. Worthless amalgam, yeah. Larry says you get a worthless amalgam. Probably true. Isn't that how they made gold fillings? Gold and silver fillings? Make an amalgam out of it with mercury. What happens when you put a sleeping warrior in a vat of mercury? Well, you mess up a perfectly good vat of mercury, of course. I would think his head would sink straight to the bottom and be ripped from his body, which would go flying off into outer space. Nah, I'm just kidding. We don't want anything to happen to Anthony. Come on. He is a source of constant entertainment. I'm not really sure at all what he thinks he's accomplishing with his experiment. I mean, those guys not being able to get theirs to work. Well, what does that mean? They couldn't get theirs to work. That's all it means. This is pretty clear. This one works. I don't get it. David Oliver has shown us an egg. Thank you, David. No eggs have been injured in the conduct of this experiment. Eric says they're calling what they're doing an observation. Well, yeah, sure. I agree. It's not an experiment. They're not measuring anything. There's zero level of precision involved in what they're doing, as best I can tell. I really want them to fess up, though, and give us the details so that we could at least have a look at it and see if it even stands a chance of moving. It's easy to get a torsion balance not to move, I'll tell you. Quite easy. All you got to do is replace that 7/1000th of an inch wire in there with a piece of coat hanger, 16th inch diameter steel rod. That thing will never rotate. It's no problem doing that. As many of you know, I mean, it is a balancing act to get the wire with the correct cross section so that you get a reasonable amount of sensitivity out of it without pushing it to the point that the oscillation period is just ridiculously long. I mean, it's great. These shorter balances are interesting because the moment of inertia of that short balance is so much less. So you get a lot less, a lot shorter oscillation period, and that's a good thing. But you also don't get as much deflection. Angularly, it may not be any different. Actually, it actually might be more angular displacement than I get. But I don't see any provision that those guys have made with that thing they're playing with to have a mirror mounted on anything where you could have a laser. They have no method of measuring it. And if you think you're just going to sit and watch this thing and say, oh yeah, I saw it move, hell no, you're not. You're not going to see it. If you want to sit like Cavendish did with a telescope focused on it and some kind of scale in the background, like I've got there in the bottom right, that duplicates what Cavendish had. Yeah, you can see that move over a period of 8 minutes, but not very much. And if you were just staring at it without those scales on there, would you notice it? Hell no. Don't be ridiculous. Tom in the chat. Yeah, I do too. I like watching them flip out. This is also exactly the test that Sleeping Warrior had politely requested we do, where we start with the weights in one extreme position, then go to the opposite, and then come back again. And when I did this the other day, the weights were in the neutral position. So this tungsten wire settles down pretty quickly if you do that. I didn't get enough oscillations out of it to suit me. I got about 3 good ones, and that was it. So I wanted to rerun that, but this is going to be, we're going to use the data from this test, whatever this data is, I don't know. Haven't been taking any numbers down, but I've got video and I've got the time lapse over there, so we'll go back and run it and pick off the extreme points of these oscillations. And it's amazing how good that method that Cavendish came up with works. He measures 3 successive extremes, averages the outside 2, and then he takes that average and averages it with the middle extreme point. And you can do that over a period of 5 or 6 oscillations, and the center point will move back and forth just a little bit, but it's incredible how accurate it is. So That's the method I've been using. Hell, we're trying to duplicate Cavendish. May as well do it his way, huh? Sean Hawkins wants me to seal the room with rhino liner. Yeah, that only cost about $1 million. I've had a rhino liner in a truck bed before that. Damn, that stuff is tough. I guess I could take a little data just for the fun of it. We had a 142, didn't we? Any idea what the other peak, what the other side's been, Dave? In you said 143 at 11:32. What were the two peaks right before that? If you don't mind, go back and just back up and look. Should be 8 minutes. Oh, super chat from Judy Bassett. 10 euros. Thank you, Judy. I really appreciate it. For the lab assistant, that would be Joker. And that would also be the dog. He's a good dog. So 143 at 11:32. Let's see what we get. 11:32. Dave says 143. That means at 11:40. And somewhere in that region, we'll see this top peak. See this extreme. So I'm sitting over on OBS. I'm not looking at the chat right now, guys. I'm going to take down a little bit of data. At about 194. One 194.5. It's 1140, 194.5. And I think it started back down scale. Okay, we'll call it 194.5. And that means we'll get another number, 1148. And we'll see about where the center point is. The resting point. Oop, got some info from Dave. .206 at 1107. .137 at 1115. I'll go back and pick all this stuff off. from the replay. Let me see where we are with the time lapse count over here. So we've shot about 100 frames of time lapse, 150 frames of time lapse. I'm going to shoot about that many more too, so that we get a really good data set here. Let's see if we can get a Discord link going. There we go. Anybody that wants to join, feel free. Yeah, well, hopefully Discord's working. I don't know. I think it is. Well, there goes YouTube again. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Not like I could do anything about that. Okay, let's see where we're coming down to. Getting close to the bottom again. It's going to be around 145 and a half, it looks like.
Just
Hey, who we got?
Shady.
What's up, Shady? 145 and a half, that's what we'll call that. Okay. How you doing this morning, Shady? Or this afternoon for you, I guess.
It's 10 to 2 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Get
Not too bad.
on the wrong side of the world. Or you are.
Yeah.
One of us is. So let's see. Let's average 143 and a half with 141. I'm sorry. Screwed that up already. 143 and 145 and a half. And then average that with 194 and a half. And that says 169.375. 169.375. So we'll see what happens when we go back the other way.
Someone just said, I hope you do a slow motion replay.
Yeah, we'll have a nice slow motion replay with this.
We'd be on the stream for a week.
I've got the time lapse running over there. Got the DSLR set up, and it's shooting a frame every 20 seconds. My experience has been that that's close enough. So I got 300 frames, or 600 frames. At 3 a minute, that's 200 minutes. So we're probably going to run about another half hour on this side, and then we're going to move the balls back to where they started. And we'll get a whole new set of oscillations.
How's your stability looking?
I like this wire a lot. It looks really stable. It's been doing a good job.
New wires made a difference.
It's just easier to, it's been, I'll say it's not nearly as twitchy. Maybe that's a good way to express it. As some of these other wires have been. It seems to be more predictable and not just do random funny things. There would be periods with steel wires where they would run for several days and be quite stable, and you'd think, okay, good, everything is settled down, and then all of a sudden the damn thing would decide to shift. It would drift 20 millimeters on the laser over a period of 6 hours just for no reason. And it was just the wire drifting. It wasn't anything I was doing, but it's just the material stress relieving itself.
Yeah.
That's literally what
having
you're
some fun
seeing.
with my own.
That's literally what you're seeing when you see those little oscillations that won't ever stop. When you first put one of these wires in there, and you'll get down to where it's swinging, 8 millimeters, 4 millimeters one way, and then 4 back the other way. Very pendulous, very regular. And you think, where the hell is this thing getting the energy from to make it continue doing that? That's the wire itself stress relieving itself, and it's just giving it a little kick, just like the escapement in your grandfather clock. Doesn't take very much. Tiny little bit of force on it. Thought about that this morning when I was winding up my grandfather clock, which is a Sunday morning ritual. So I take that weight, which is maybe 5 kilograms, if that, and I crank that thing up, and it moves a distance of maybe, let's just say a meter. So I raise that 5 kilogram weight up 1 meter, and it runs the entire damn clock for a week.
Yeah.
You don't have to kick a lot of energy back into the pendulum to keep it swinging. Got 32 people watching. Hey, thanks for showing up, everybody. Keeping me company. That's great. Because this does get boring.
I have the opposite problem. I'm doing a few tests with my home-built rocket engines at the moment. I'm trying to get burn rates and different things correct. I've got to get a decent ball mill. I'm not getting anything suitable for the mixture rates there all over the shop.
Need a ball mill for pulverizing the material.
Powders.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm having the most problem with the aluminium. It's a 400 mesh. But even that. Oh yeah, even that trying to coat the other granules, you can run it for. I borrowed a ball mill, but I had to give it back and only had it for a couple of days, so I ran a bit through it. But I could leave it on for 4 hours and come up with, which you'd think would pulverize it pretty well, and it would do one thing, and then I left one on for 8 hours and it changed everything completely. which my right index finger is now showing a very good sign of. I burnt the hell out of the side of it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and with the aluminium, it burns pretty damn hot. So I'm just ordering some more powders, changing things around a little bit. Yeah, it's quite interesting trying to get the mixtures correct.
How large is the ball mill?
Oh, it's just a little bloody stone polishing thing.
Okay.
I don't even know what size it was. They're about 5 inches round, the tumblers.
Yeah. And what do you use for the balls in it?
Yeah, just fishing weights, fishing sinkers.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's yeah, it's changed.
Ball.
I couldn't believe. I mean, you'd think after 4 hours running. I mean, I grind everything in one of those ninja blenders.
Yeah.
And then put it in the ball mill, and you think it'd be fairly common, fairly well sized, but 4 hours more grinding, and it just changed things entirely. The burn rate went up probably about, well, nearly half again in speed. So, but next one, I'm going to start making my own charcoal. I'm hoping that way I can get a better mix, because I can't, over here you can't buy black powder and different things easily. So I'll be making my own.
Charcoal, powdered aluminum. You got some sulfur in there or something?
Yeah, I've got a half kilo of sulfur.
Yeah.
I think that's a 500 or 600 mesh.
Yeah.
And I got two more. I think I've got 3 kilos of KHNO3. And that was from Scientific Supply, so it's pretty pure. The sulfur's 100%.
Well, that's
Aluminium's at 99.
Yeah, that's the chemistry for rocket fuel, as I recall. When I was a kid, we made some of that stuff. Those little.
Yeah, I bought a kilo of sorbitol as well, which is a lot easier to work with than sugar. It's not quite as good, but the impulse only drops by 4% or 5% at most. But so much easier to work with.
Those little CO2 cartridges, little guys you use in BB guns and stuff. We would take those.
I've got about 150 of those.
Yeah, they make good rockets. They make good rocket motors.
I got a friend with a good workshop with his lathe. So I was actually going to have him spin the outsides of those down slightly to take some weight off. And I've got my welder and that, so we were going to cut the exit piece off and make a divergent nozzle.
Yeah,
as well.
Proper nozzle. Yeah.
Yeah, weld it on, and then rebore the center.
We would make them
on the lathe. On the lathe, I can thin the whole tube out a little bit and save some weight.
Yeah, we would make those rocket motors like that using just a reamer. You know, just take the little cap, grind the little cap off the end of it, and then ream that thing to make sort of a divergent section. But it wasn't. There was no the convergent part of it. Just had to be whatever the inside of the little CO2 canister was. So they weren't that great nozzle wise, but they would work. I mean, you could make them fly.
Yeah, convergent part's probably pretty well damn perfect.
Yeah, but if you've got to wait a
Um,
machine like 30-degree converging, 60-degree diverging section.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm going to cut the tips. I've got a ton of those bottles I've saved up. So I'll cut the end off and then weld them together on the lathe and then redo the nozzle, rebore the nozzle again.
Yep.
That'll give me convergent, divergent. It should be pretty good. Just making the old kitty litter or all that kind of stuff. It's a pain. They don't hold together.
Boy, that damn stuff burns fast though. It's just an explosion.
Pretty much. So I'm using iron oxide for a control on that.
Try to slow
getting
it.
the mixtures right.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how often you go through everyone else's information. And where I am too, it's very humid. So I've got to dry everything beforehand. Yeah, good fun. Once I get it right, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I played around with some of that stuff as a kid, high school kid. Till I blew one of them up in the backyard, and Dad said, "No more of that silly shit. Stop it."
Yeah, I was pretty lucky. I was in the same industrial estate for about 8.5 years, and everyone in the street knew what I was doing. So I'd make a few people jump, but no one panicked too badly if something went bang.
Yeah, if that nozzle plugs, that damn thing will go off like a hand grenade.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, that's, early on it's always a concern with a solid rocket engine. And why they didn't want to have anything to do with them for a long, long time, to do with manned space flight, just the danger of the damn things. But they've got that all.
Yeah, well, there's no turning it off.
Yeah. No. Once you light it, it's going to go. You're not going to make it quit.
No, I was a trained pyro. I've done special effects and different things as well. Worked on a couple of movies over here. We were licensed because of my teacher, my mentor. We were licensed to do indoor theatrics. So he's pretty clever, but he's got out of it now. So I can't rack his brains anymore. Pick his brains.
Well, let me see what my time lapse count's at. See, I need to shoot about 75 more frames, so that's about 25 minutes. So at 12:30 on my clock, thereabouts, that's when we're going to move the big balls again. Stone Monkey in the chat. I've heard Sleeping Warrior say it was twine several times, and that is concerning. But the way he's got that thing sitting virtually totally stationary, if it's twine of some sort, it's damn stiff stuff, I would think.
Hmm. Oh, declant. You mean ammonium perchlorate?
Yeah, ammonium perchlorate's an oxidizer.
Yeah. And that's basically shuttle engine, shuttle booster stuff. You use that with aluminium fuel.
Judy says she played with cherry bombs as a kid. Those damn things make a nice kaboom.
I used to do the oil. I actually ran my friend's company for about 18 months. He had other things doing, another business he was starting, so I ran his pyro place for about 18 months. And yeah, I did all the ordering and whatnot. I used to order 20-foot containers. So everything was available back then. We used to have a lot of fun. Under his licensing, we could buy just about anything we wanted. But the one thing I would like to make is picric acid. But, yeah, they make some good cherry bombs then. And I gained a good respect for that kind of thing. My closest uncle, he passed away many years ago now, but he only had 4 inches of his arm below his left elbow. He used to work on the railways, blasting through, not tunnels, but blasting through hillsides to straighten the track. He was carrying 3 sticks of gelignite and a handful of detonators out to the dump. The gel was starting to sweat, and it went off in his hand. And in the pubs in those days, all the big guys used to stand there and do how wide your hand span, or your arm span is across the wall, and buy a beer. You'd win a beer if you had the widest arm span. And he used to win all the time. They'd laugh at him. He'd get really drunk, and he'd put one hand on the wall and put his stump out the other side. And then they'd all laugh, and he'd go, "Yeah, keep laughing. My hand's in Bendigo. That's about 400 miles from here."
Yeah. Declan says, butyric acid. Yeah, keep that crap to yourself, man. That's rotten butter.
Yeah.
That is ugly.
Yeah.
Got another super chat. David Oliver, thank you, sir. £5. I watched an interesting vid last night explaining how a cantilever bridge works. Actually learned something.
But some of the bridges they build in Europe, in Western Europe, they build some amazing bridges there.
Yep.
They're cantilever styles.
That's all based around a field of study in engineering we call statics. And because statics is a good thing, and with bridges, we'd kind of like them not to be moving if we can stop them from doing it. In statics, it's simple. You only need 2 things to be true. The sum of the forces have to be 0, and the sum of the moments have to be 0. As long as you make that happen, nothing moves.
Often being too stiff is bad too.
Yeah.
Things break when they can't move.
That's the...
I started my trade as a suspension and shock absorber specialist, mainly shock absorbers. And I've built shock absorbers for everything from bowling alleys to ship engines to trains to dump trucks. They're always good fun. On our bench. But one of the interesting ones was bridge stampers.
Yeah.
Actually, the bridges are made, a lot of the bridges are made to actually sway or bend, but you had to remove that continuous, what I suppose you'd call it, oscillation. That'll crack things.
Yeah. Yeah, it is an oscillation. And if that goes on long enough, metal fatigue will eventually cause it to break.
Yeah.
Judy Bassett's talking about the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. That's one of the more famous disasters of all time.
Yeah. And what I found amazing too is on the suspension bridges, on the cables, they put a spiral wrap on them. Because if the cable is purely round, when it rains, the water runs down the bottom of it and makes it, can't think of the word for it. It actually extends the bottom of the round cable, which therefore changes its wind deflection. It gets pushed by the wind just because of the water running along the bottom. So they actually put a spiral on it to break the water stream up. I didn't know that for a long, long time, but it does make sense. So if you ever look on the bridges when they run all the cabling, then they wrap the cable, and then they put a spiral tube down it. And it just breaks up the water droplets along the bottom of it, and that stops the wind affecting the cable.
But most of these things like that have been learned over the years through some disaster or the other.
Trial and error.
Yeah, it's not something you anticipate. You don't think it's going to happen, and you don't plan for it.
No, I mean, you got a cable that might be 1/2 a meter or a meter in diameter, a wrapped cable, and just that little tiny dribble of water along the bottom. You would not think that would happen.
Hey, Colon, how you doing, man? No, you wouldn't think it, but it does. Things like that.
Non-intuitive.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like the issues with static electricity that I ran into with this thing. It's not that I'm not aware of static electricity and what static could do, but I thought I had taken the precautions I needed to take. I mean, I had everything grounded, had the big lead balls and little lead balls all properly tied together and all taken over to a ground, which I was using actually the ground system in the power system here in the house as ground. And then all of a sudden, the silly thing starts developing static charge on the surface of the enclosure. I never thought that was going to be a problem.
Yep.
Once it happens, then you say, oh, yeah, I see what happens. And you do something to fix it, which I did. Very simple cure it, but then you have some half-wit like Brian Leakey come along and try to make a big deal out of it. Wasn't a big deal.
Oh, he's a
That it's friggin' yeah, just static electricity sitting on the surface of the case. That's all. So,
Yep.
put a Faraday shield in there. Put an electrostatic shield in it. I didn't do that to begin with. I actually thought about doing it to begin with, and then thought about what a pain in the ass it was going to be to try to line the inside of that thing with copper. And said, no, it's not going to be necessary. I don't need that. And I forgot all about it. But, yeah, you know, you make a mistake, you fix it. And it was a pain in the ass to put that stuff in there. I had to take the whole thing apart. Spent 2 days fiddling with copper foil, which is really hard to work with.
I was going to say you couldn't use a copper powdered based paint.
That was one alternative, and people like George Natchik suggested it. I've used conductive paint before too. Conductive paint, number one, is extremely very expensive stuff. You'll pay $100 a gallon for it.
Yeah, I've got I probably got half a kilo of ultra fine. I think it'd be like 1,000 mesh copper dust that we used to use in the pyros. Still got that here. Pity you're so far away.
Well, what I decided was, and also, you know, you go painting. I hated to paint this thing, put any paint on it. So what you can get is copper foil that has a conductive adhesive on it. You know, it's not a real good conductor, but it's conductive enough that it doesn't need to be, you know, a perfect conductor. So that's what I used, this copper foil, a lot cheaper. But that lining the inside of that case is just tedious to do, especially when you got hands the size of meat hooks like I've got.
Yeah.
Trying to get up in there and do anything. Yeah. Trying to get up inside that thing and do anything is a real pain in the ass. But I got it done, so yeah. And it looks pretty. I've shown some pictures of it with the covers off. Nice and shiny in there.
Even gold gilding sheet. You buy it actually fairly cheaply.
Yeah.
Relatively cheaply.
It's also a pain in the ass to work with.
It's amazing, yeah, when you're looking at the forces you're dealing with, the slightest little bloody thing.
These forces are tiny.
I saw someone right up there before, which is actually a very good bloody. Let me just check it again. Someone wrote something and it was bloody brilliant. Oh, someone said earlier, forgive me, I can't find it right now. That was the gravitational pull between two people hugging is equivalent to the size of a 1 millimeter square of paper.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, very good.
I need to quantify that, the force involved in this thing, and relate it to something like that. It's just ridiculously small.
Like I was saying, if you had was it osmium or something? That's extremely dense.
Yeah.
But the cost of it would be coming off on $1 million, you know.
Yeah. And you won't get, I mean, okay, so we can double the amount of force. So
Yeah,
double
from
nothing is still nothing. I mean, you start out with
from 1 square millimeter paper to 1.5 square millimeters of paper.
Yeah.
For $1
Whoopee.
million difference.
Whoopee. Exactly. Well, I think if Cavendish knew what we know today, you know, and it would have had the ability and the to do all of the stuff I did beforehand, I doubt he would ever have used those 350-pound lead balls of his.
Mm.
Mine are 50 pounds. His were 350, and he got about 2.5 times, not even 2.5 times as much force as I get. He might have. He might have been willing to compromise on that. Huh?
What wire did he hang it with?
The wire for the torsion balance itself was, he called it silvered copper. But in those days, it would not be the copper that we have today. It would have been some alloy of copper, probably some copper nickel alloy or something.
Yeah, and the purity would have been bleh.
I spent a lot of time fiddling around I wanted to use copper, just to be more authentic, you know, the way to what he did, but nobody knows what he did because there's just nothing in the record that tells me what those alloys in those days actually were. And even if I knew that, I don't know that I'd be able to acquire it.
No, and their quality control would have been terrible.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Oh yeah, on a good day, it would have been terrible. But so trying to use pure copper, it just the stuff does not have very much yield strength at all. So by the time I could get a cross section that was large enough to support the sheer weight of the balance, it had too much cross section in terms of its torsion characteristics. So you wouldn't get much in the way of deflection out of it. So I scratched around and fiddled around and said, "Oh, the hell with it." And then I thought, well, maybe I should give beryllium copper a try. And that worked.
The beryllium copper. That's strong stuff.
Yeah, it's strong, but it's also goddamn springy. And I could not get it to stop misbehaving and wandering around. I had beryllium copper sitting in here for 2 weeks, and it was just, you know, constantly oscillating.
Yeah, hence why we use it on the RC boat propellers.
Yeah,
because it is tough, but it will flex enough to come back and, you know.
Yeah, it's springy. Make good springs out of it. It worked, and I got.
My dad used to use. We made clamps. We used to do before you could buy coilover shocks and all that kind of thing. Back in the '60s, late '60s, my dad came up with these. I think they were cold rolled aluminium and something or other bloody alloy coil spring because of the size and the shape. And a coil spring will eventually sag. And we've taken them off cars that had been on 25 years, that they were a clamp over a normal old shock absorber, just a straight old telescopic shock. And we've had them pulled off a car after 25 years. My uncle had sitting in his garage. He was one of the first people to test them for my dad, and he still had the car sitting in his garage. And we pulled it off, and over 16 inches, it had sunk a quarter of an inch, which is brilliant for a coil spring.
Yeah.
At that size, they're only just over a quarter of an inch diameter coil. Like the wire
Yeah.
was about 7 millimeters. So to get that little sag out of that after 25 years with the weight setting on it was absolutely outstanding. But the clamps we used to make to fit around the shock absorber were made from magnesium bronze and ultra strong, but if you open and close them 2 or 3 times, if you change them across shock absorbers, they'd snap. But the strength of it was absolutely outstanding. We used to kill drills. We had to drill our own holes. They couldn't be cast in for the bolt to go through the clamp. We used to have to drill them, and you'd get probably maybe a dozen or 20 drill holes through, and then you had to resharpen the drill. It was super tough and springy enough. If you got a fresh one, you could twist it into a knot. But if you just opened and closed it 3 or 4, 5 times, it'd break the clamp.
Okay.
Metallurgy has always got me going.
I think we're at a good spot to change the position of the weights now. So let me go move these things. There we go. So now we'll see what happens. I'm pretty certain that the red dot's going to go the other direction
How far is that laser shooting blue?
now. Just over 10 feet. All right, so now my job is finished. All I got to do now is sit. Sit and
How
watch.
far is that laser? How far is that laser shooting blue?
10 feet.
All right. You couldn't put a slit on it to tidy the dot?
A split on it? I do what now?
Like a slit across the front of the laser to give it a line, you know what I mean? Make it more accurate.
Oh, you can read.
Because you can read it, but
Yeah, it's fine.
you know what I mean?
You just always use the same point on the spot, on the dot, you know. You can pick what you think's the bottom center of it. You can pick the left side, right side. There's kind of a little shiny spot right in the middle. You can use, you know.
I'm just being awkward.
I wish the laser would have focused a little better than that. And I thought about it, but this is okay. I mean, it's sufficient.
That's the thing, like a little bit of alfoil, even just with a hobby knife slot, a cut in it.
Yeah.
Maybe an inch or so off the tip of the laser, just to.
I don't know.
I know what you mean. You can still see where it is, because it does have a flat side too, the dot.
Yeah. I don't have any problem judging this to within a half a millimeter.
Yeah.
And that's more than good enough accuracy wise for what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
I mean, I really only want to get G to three significant figures anyway, so. And it seems to do quite a good job of that. Uh-oh, where's the red dot going now? Damn it. Look at it. Crazy thing. It's almost like a force is acting on
it. Yeah. Yeah, Declan, that's what I was saying. 2 Flirth's heads, the most dense object on Earth. 2 of those hung on weights that'd be. Might get in trouble for that though.
Yeah, I see Feral Cat. Hello. How's it going? Declan says, in Sleepy's botched experiment, did he substitute the lead balls with, oh, okay. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
He's got 2 rolls of lead flashing that he's been goofing around with. I don't know. The problem is, you know, he starts out accusing me of not showing everything and being secretive and this and that, which is just astounding to me. Good God, I've shown everything I could show. I don't know what else I could show. I've shown everybody every step of the way, you know, how it's built, everything. Nothing's been hidden, nothing's secret. And now he comes along with his soup pot with a torsion balance supposedly hanging in the damn thing. Won't even show a picture of the full device. Never shows how the wire's attached at the top. Doesn't tell us what anything is. I think he finally said the rolls of lead were 29 kilograms a piece or something. Okay, that's great. How much do the little balls weigh? The ones inside, what are they made out of? Are they lead? I don't really care what they're made out of. Just tell me what the mass is. How long is the torsion bar? How big is the wire?
Eggs.
How long is the wire? But I'm the one being secretive.
Eggs, mate.
Yeah, but I'm the one trying to be secretive about it. Right.
But is he still using something with 0 friction? Or that was his first big issue, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we made him realize what a screw up he was making. He built a torsion balance that didn't have a torsion element in it. So what the hell do you do with it? I mean, what? And now he's got it fixed and it's not moving, and now he's saying, see, it doesn't work. It doesn't move. I don't know if it should move or not. Tell us what the hell you made. I mean, He's going to have to come up with some
he's
more.
using a 3-inch nail.
Yeah, a piece of coat hanger or something. Of course it's not going to move. What the hell is the wire made out of? I want to see it oscillate. I want to see it do what this is doing, what you're seeing this do. I want to see this oscillation. That gives us a lot of clues about how sensitive that thing is.
But we all know his level of science is 1 + 1 = 1.
Declan
He
says
didn't even know.
Yeah, Declan says
He didn't even know what parts per million was.
I know.
He got a ppm meter and didn't even know what it was.
WS is right. Yeah, they originally it was that crazy John D. Pinpointer thing up there, and it was swinging all over the damn place. Of course it will. You ever get it? If any small thing disturbs it and it starts moving, there's nothing to resist it. Just the friction of that little point up there. Anyway, I think we got him convinced that that was not the way to do it. It won't work like that. Now it's not moving according to him, but okay, there can be a lot of reasons for why that's true. Maybe it is moving, but his idea of a time lapse is a picture every 7 minutes. Holy crap. I can rob a liquor store and be back in 7 minutes. Shoot a frigging picture every 20 seconds or so like I'm doing so we can see what's going on.
Oh, shit. That's what happens when you get aluminium dust up your nose. Oh, sneeze.
CJ, you're absolutely right. That point up there, you can't, there is no such thing as frictionless. Doesn't exist. There would still be some friction, but what he did with a sharpened screw point sitting on a piece of glass is probably about as frictionless as you'll ever be able to think of.
For the wrong reason.
Yeah. Eric says a lot of things can happen in 7 minutes. Absolutely. But you watch his little videos, and he's shooting a frame about every 7 minutes or so, 6 or 7 minutes, something like that. Well, that's not helpful. That's not telling us a damn thing.
No, he's about as sharp as a blunt spoon.
More or less. How far up did the red dot go? Anybody know?
What was that, Blue?
I said, how far up did the dot go? I wasn't watching.
Yeah.
Maybe 225 or something like that.
No, about 120, nearly 124.
224.
Nearly 120. I just sort of skipped over the rewinding bit.
It's not one. It
Nearly
can't be
120.
You mean 220, right?
Sorry, Yeah, 224, sorry.
Okay.
I'll double check. Just go back again. Yeah, 223 and a half.
Okay.
Depends on where you're looking at it too, because I'm sort of going for the center of the red.
Yeah, try to see where about the center of it is. Peter Franken in the chat says 222. It doesn't matter. I'll go back, pick all the stuff off the pick all the stuff off the video.
223.5. So I was sort of guessing.
Good enough. Yeah, Eric, I did get some good oscillation data with the weights in the neutral position. Absolutely, I've got that.
Yeah, we all know math is fake anyway.
Declan, I don't know exactly what the date is. Probably a month or so from now. Something like that.
Yeah. Just gonna see you can donate it to the Flat Earth University.
I'll sell it to those fools. They'll just screw it up.
If you do that, I'll have to send you a little present to incorporate inside it before you send it there, with about a month's timer on it.
A little bit of pyrotechnics, you mean?
Oh, a lot. We'll just replace the weights. 780. They're 780 grams each. Yeah. Yeah, a kilo and a half. Yeah. It should take all the walls down, the roof off. Just send them two weights made out of tannerite, and tell them you've got to hit it with a hammer before you can start the experiment. That's actually one thing I want to try. No, I won't. No, I probably won't say that here. I want to try some RC race fuel mixed with the KHNO3. There is a name for it. That makes tannerite look extremely a lot like lead.
Could you even set tannerite off that way?
It'll be a big hammer. Yeah, it takes like a 308 or something to hit it.
Yeah,
it's got to be pretty solid.
Yeah.
But it still does fairly well. But you can make the same sort of thing using nitromethane. And I think the velocity is about 27,000 feet per second. I was working with these twins. They were doing blasting in mines, and they were doing, I think they were doing a roadway or a trainway or like a train line or something not too far away, and they mixed up nearly a ton of ammonium nitrate ready to go, of ANFO ready to go, and they got shut down. Something happened and they got shut down, so they towed the freaking trailer home and parked it out the front of their house for the night in suburbia. I just thought that it's fairly safe, but still not the place you want a ton of ANFO mixed sitting there. I don't know how they did that or why they did that, but not very bright boys.
For sure.
No, thermobarics are alright. Yeah, that can be done.
Hello, Mark 10. What's going on, buddy? Got you, Dave. 223.5, 189. I got 188.5, just to be fair about it. Somewhere in there. I always go back.
Dave's got his eye on it.
Yeah, I always go back and keep pick these numbers off where I can pause it, stop it, run it. And we get pretty good data that way. Beats the hell out of sitting out in the rain looking through a telescope with a candle and a lantern up over your head. Yeah, I got a little advantage, Dave. I can look over on OBS and see a bigger screen probably than you're able to see. So we'll get another extreme at 1254. See where that takes us. Yeah,
Hey, Dart.
Sorry. Hello, Dart. Good to see you. A lot of bored people on a Sunday. 30 people watching.
Your next video, Blue, you'll have to paint your wall and see how many come to watch the paint dry. You might get 100 people.
Yeah, you never know.
It's good to see so many people who sit here and actually watch science happen. You know,
It is.
doesn't all happen in a rush, but it happens.
No, it does not.
Oh, the last episode of Young Sheldon, they were doing a neutrino prototype test jig, and Meemaw got involved, and they started the test for the prototype and shut it all up in a box, turned the lights off, and the three of them stood there and watched the camera, and a couple of little blue lights flashed. And she said, "Is that it? Is that it?" And I said, "Yes." She said, "Oh, excellent, blah, blah, blah." And then they said, "No, that's only the prototype. We should have a working model in something like about 30 years. And the look on her face was priceless. And that will probably be Slappy's downfall. He might do this for a couple of weeks and then go, "Oh, fuck. Yeah, I've had it. Too hard." What are you building, Declan? I did tell you, Blue, about the rocket I'm building, the ducted fan rocket. And I'm taking Declan must be building something out of balsa if it's taking that long.
Yep.
Oh, FPV is a nice update on RC stuff.
Oh, okay. RC plane.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a really, really lightweight body for my rocket, ducted fan rocket. At the moment, I used to do plastic fabrication for a couple of years as well. So I'm looking at someone to do me a polycarbonate tube, but ultra thin. Foam balsa and carbon fibre. Yep. No. There's a good super chat for you, Red. Blue.
Yeah. Whoop. Not paying attention. Let me get down here and see what's going on.
Good on you, Red.
Ooh, rodent no last name, $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Says right or wrong, keep up the good work. Flurfism will die on their own swords. I don't think you can get rid of them, to tell you the truth, the honest truth.
Yeah. No, we can. It's just illegal.
Yeah. They seem rather impervious.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's like you need something like depleted uranium to get through their thick skulls.
Intentional premeditated stupidity is extremely difficult to deal with. And it is premeditated stupid, no doubt about it.
Intentional density.
Yeah.
However, you might find that flirts have a use in future space travel. Their heads are absolutely impervious, so we might be able to find some way of making that a force field on the front while we're doing warp speed.
Yeah. We make fun of them all the time, but it's really sort of tragic when you think about it. I mean, most of these people are not stupid people. They're just badly misled.
I keep saying they're on Dunning-Kruger Mountain, and the only thing solid they can find is to the left. So they cling to that wall. They get to the top of the mountain and then try and cling to the left-hand wall instead of moving to the right and actually gaining something. Hey, Bob the Science Guy, hello.
Hello, Bob. Join in the Discord if you want to, buddy. I'll stick the link back in out there. I think you're on my server anyway. Bob says, if I were to buy a couple of granite spheres to swap out for large masses, what dimensions would the rig require? What we need, what would be ideal, is if they could be 6 inches in diameter. These lead balls are 6 and about 3/16 of an inch diameter, more or less. 6 inches would be perfect, though. And then I can use like Tapcon drill bits and drill some holes in it and in them and epoxy some loops, brass loops in there to simulate the way these lead weights have their little brass doohickey up there. And all that's set to so that it hangs on those clevises just right. My homemade brass clevises.
Bob's a legend.
Oh, yeah. Good guy. Terrific guy.
If we swap out your two masses with flirt brains, would we register mass? we'd register massive density. I don't know if we'd register any mass. Did you hear about the new muon they've just found?
No.
Maybe we need to put a couple of Flo's heads in the collider and see what happens. Even if it didn't give us any information, it'd be fun. Eric, please explain.
Eight inches or 30 pounds, huh?
Wow. I didn't think they'd be that heavy.
Let's see, 8 inches will push the center out another inch. I think we could definitely see some movement with that, Bob. It won't be a lot. It won't be as much as we get with this lid over here, but I'll crank the numbers and see.
Plus the carrying of that weight on the wire.
Huh?
God.
Yeah, we could do something with that, Bob. I'd have to just be careful with the positioning, uh, with positioning them. That's about the depth of that notch. You just temporarily clamp the notch, put a plug in the notch. Yeah, that'd be about right.
Eric says he's getting an invalid request for Discord.
Well, let's see what we can do.
I mean, Bob just said this similar material would invalidate all magnetism nonsense. Isn't lead diamagnetic anyway?
Yeah, it is. Try that one, Eric.
which I actually find quite a strange phenomenon myself. And it makes me laugh a lot too. The first argue that no one can quantify gravity and blah blah blah. Ask a scientist to explain gravity, and they really can't. It's a bend of space time. But if you actually ask scientists to fully explain magnetism, they don't either. They can't quite either. It's a odd thing.
Yeah, I see. I see Tom Walbrand in the Discord. You're muted though. If you want to talk, gotta unmute yourself. Tom's typing.
Yeah, I don't really come across too well talking.
Oh, you come across fine.
Oh, okay. Hey, so is that you
Yeah, that's
in the pictures with playing guitar and stuff?
Huh? Where?
And on your there's some pictures of like you taking playing guitar and stuff. Is that you?
No. No, that wouldn't be me. I don't know what pictures you're talking about.
Uh, you don't play guitar?
I do, but there aren't any pictures of me doing it that I know of.
there's a fresh link there, Eric. Try that.
I see Eric slid into the server, it says. So he's in here. Should be. At 12:24 it says. $85 a piece, huh, Bob? Well, I would say some flirts need to come up with about $170 plus shipping. They've been so damn obnoxious about this. If they would have tried being nice, I might be a little more accommodating. But after all their shenanigans, I'm not interested in spending a damn dime on those bastards. Okay, I feel better now.
Hey, hang on. Bob's a pilot. We could buy a couple of those balls, fly over Slappy's house, and send him the balls by air freight directly down.
You're not allowed to drop stuff out of an airplane and damage anything on the ground.
It fell off by mistake.
Strictly,
you know, things happen.
Strictly forbidden.
The local aero club up here, a friend of ours they actually built the airfield and had ultralight days and flying days and everything, and they used to play bowling down the airfield. They'd line up 20-gallon drums at the end of the airfield and use bowling balls and actually
drop them on the runway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've done similar things. And we've done bomb drops too, but usually the way we would do bomb drops is make little flour bags, like a little
Yeah.
sandwich bag full of flour, and toss
My,
those things out.
my uncle during World War II was based in Darwin. They had a DC-3, and they used to, when they were going to do the mail runs around the local islands for the what did they used to call them? The coastal watchers?
Yeah.
The guys that would go out and be on the islands by themselves, hide in the islands. They used to do postal drops to them, and drop provisions and whatever. So before they would leave, they'd fill up the plane with all the dunny cans, basically milk cans full of shit and everything. And they'd fly over and see the Japs in their little camps, and they used to kick out the crap cans.
Oh,
So it was
goodness.
they didn't hit too many, but when they did, they'd go into hysterics, because imagine that. I thought that was brilliant.
Welcome, Andy
Okay,
Nonia, in the chat. Yeah, Andy, I'll give you a brief rundown in just a minute. Go ahead, Shady. Sorry.
I was just sorry, Blue. I was just going to say good afternoon, and Andy's put a thing in the chat. I don't know if you saw that he'd like a rundown of what's on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been chatting about all kinds of other stuff, and I haven't said very much about what was going on. I just wanted to get some good video, some good time lapse of this thing when we move the big balls out here to opposite positions.
Right.
And so that we can see that damped oscillation as it takes place, because there's some really neat software like Tracker. And Eric out there in the chat, who was trying to join a while ago, Eric's really good at using that thing. So I've got a nice clean picture on the screen now without my usual little circles and stuff getting in the way. And I want to use that to make a nice graph where you can actually see the shift as we move the big masses from one side to the other. So that's what this is all about. Basically, I'm shooting, 200 minutes of time lapse. First half of it will be with the balls in that other situation where, and I swapped them a little while ago. So now we're doing the back half of it. But the objective at the end of the day is to get, we'll get some good usable data here too for a measurement of big G. But at the same time, we'll get some good time-lapse video. It's much easier to graph this thing, have track it if you've got a time lapse, as opposed to having to try to do it off of YouTube or a straight video. There's too much damn video. I mean,
too much damn video, yeah. And of course, your time lapse will be better quality than anything you're going to get back from YouTube anyway.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, the time lapse will be pretty.
And Alan, someone made a funny comment earlier that they hope Blue does a slow motion video of this.
It's always got to be one smart ass in the group, you know.
We'll all have to camp out for a week and a half.
That was me. Yeah. It's like golf. You know when you see golf and they do slow movement.
Yeah. So basically, they want you to video it at 240 frames a second for 4 hours. And put the video back up at 30 frames a second. Yeah, that'd be that'd be about right.
Yeah, Declan, thanks.
Yeah. Time lapses, on the other hand,
Give
are
give
fun.
it to the flat earth as your evidence.
Well, you could go for the record for the longest YouTube stream ever.
I thought they allowed you to stream for a really long time these days.
I know it'll let me go
A lot of the
12 hours, I think, at least.
I thought
Well,
I'd seen streams saying that they'd been running for like days at a time.
Yeah, I think, was it FTFE or one of those guys did, I think, a 48-hour stream.
I can
24, 48-hour stream.
I can keep my
the
stream
one that
running that
catches-
long, but what happens is then you go back and try to replay it, and it says the video's not available. So I've been stopping these things
yeah.
before the 12-hour point. That seems to be when it no longer wants to save your video for you.
Okay. And yeah, I had a stream that went about 12.5 hours, and YouTube clipped it to like 11:57 or something. And then of course you also have to be careful because some of the streaming apps like Zoom that Terry uses have a limit of 24 hours for a connection. After 24 hours, your call is dropped.
You could double the video feed straight to a recorder and take it that way.
Oh
What?
yeah, I mean,
There's just someone commented there, Linus just said there's something called Lo-Fi Girl, been streaming live since 2015. What the?
Got another super chat. Wrote no last name again for $5. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I shouldn't say, I guess I just assumed you're a sir. But if that's a mistake, let me know. Anyway, and it says just another super chat to encourage others to financially support your efforts. Put your money where your mouth is, or where your science is. Thanks, I really appreciate that, Rodent.
Good call.
Very much.
Awesome job, Rodent.
Yeah, you guys have made all this possible. I don't know that I would have, well, I don't guess I'll say I wouldn't, but there's been a lot of money spent on this thing. I mean, when you start, a lot of little things nobody ever thinks about or sees happening. That piece of wire that's in this thing right now, it cost $80. Just that piece of wire. 25 feet of tungsten wire is $80, and you can't buy less than that. I wouldn't want less than that anyway. What happens if you break it? You know, and I did. I broke the first one. So I've got enough tungsten left to make 3 or 4 more wires, but you know, all this crap adds up. It's always a little something or the other.
And I do a lot of super chats when I can, but I'm a bit stuck at the moment because of my mum being crook. She comes home tomorrow, thank God. She was extremely touch and go there. We didn't know whether we were going to lose her overnight or not. But she had, I don't know if everyone knows, but she was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Wasn't feeling well, got diagnosed, took her in, did more tests, then found out that her gallbladder was playing up and the main hospital here on the Gold Coast have never seen a gallbladder that bad. It was gangrenous. So she had that removed, and then her heart started playing up. So they did a few tests. They ended up giving her 8 bags of potassium to bring her levels back up. Give her another 6 bags of something else. I haven't talked to doctors yet, but she's made leaps and bounds of progress since. So she'll be home sometime today. Seeing it's 3:30 in the morning, she'll be home sometime later today.
Well,
Thank God.
that's good to hear. How,
We had a lockdown. We had a lockdown on the hospital as well because of the situation.
yeah.
14 days, so we couldn't even go and see her. And I said to the doctors, I refuse to be called in too late. Like, there's no point calling me in after the fact. We need to be notified if something's going to happen. And that was still out of bounds according to the rules and regulations. And I said, there's not a door or a wall strong enough to keep me away from my mum if I know I'm not going to see her again. So I was quite prepared to go to jail to get in there to see her before she went. But now, thankfully, that's not required. So, yeah, she's coming home tomorrow, thank God. And I'm not religious, but I'll even say thank God for that one.
Yeah, it's good to hear she's
And I've just spent a ton of money redoing her bathroom. I had to put in grab rails and handrails and all kinds of different stuff. So I'm a bit short on funds at the moment with things going on. But once that clears up, I'll be back.
How old is she, Shady?
86, she'll be 87 soon.
Yeah.
But she's bright as a button. Like, mentally, she's as bright as. But yeah, just the body's starting to play up a bit.
Yeah, they're about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago. Mrs. Blue had pancreatitis, which was a result of gallbladder problems. So fortunately for her, she was able to. We got her in the hospital early enough that it was a bunch of antibiotics to deal with the pancreatitis, but then they got the gallbladder out, so she's okay at this point. But that can that's serious stuff. My father.
Yeah, the cancer's the main thing. I mean, that in anywhere where it's a top and it's attached to the liver as well. So one way or the other, she's going, but she's refused to have chemo, and she can't have an operation because of her age. She's refused chemo. She's had a good innings, and chemo degrades quality of life. There's no point living if you're not having a good quality of life. So
Yeah, that's true.
what do you do? But yeah, we all get older, and it's the one certain thing in life, isn't it? Well, two certain things: taxes and.
Well, you don't have to get older, but I don't like the alternative.
Quality of life is the main thing. You see people suffering. They can't do anything. They're stuck in a bed. The treatment is killing them anyway. What's the point?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Linus for 50 SEKs.
Be with everyone, and
let me read out a couple of super chats here. Linus for
Mm.
50 SEKs. My money's in my mouth now, I think. Thanks, Linus. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Tom Walburn for $20. For something fun, he says. Okay. Well, that would be like a 6-pack of beer, I think.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
don't get too drunk and trip over the fucking machine. Then we'll have to kill you ourselves. if you messed it up now, we're going to be pretty annoyed.
If I, oh, I can't. God, I can't. I don't even want to think about that. Oh,
No.
oh. This thing's become like one of my children, I believe.
Did you just misgenus me? Triggered. Says rodent.
Yeah, I think I did.
But he still didn't clarify.
I know. I asked about it.
She, the attack helicopter, you've heard about that joke, haven't you? Someone said about the 63 different genders, and someone said, yes, well, I identify as an attack helicopter.
That's funny.
63
Sure, that's Res
bloody...
Rhetoric that used to identify as an attack helicopter.
Oh no, it came in someone. I think it was a reporter or someone on the street interviewing people. It was a year or two ago. But the reporter turned around and they tried to do the whole 63 genders and blah blah blah, and someone said, well, I identify as an attack helicopter, so that's 64 or something along those lines. Oh, bloody hell, Alan, that's not good either.
Oh, what? That my mum can't. Yeah, not been out to visit my mum for over a year, and my daughter's had 2 kids now, and mum hasn't been able to meet either of them. And my son also had a little boy end of January, and I haven't been able to meet him yet either.
I saw
Because
one in the States somewhere where they built a frame around the front door and covered it in loose plastic. And they brought the kids around, the grandkids around, and because of the loose plastic, they could actually hug. And I thought that was really well done.
yeah.
Okay, rodents out of control now. $5 for putting beer cans in the Cavendish to prove humans are attracted to alcohol. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
and my mum's
again,
94.
Again, I'll just wander over to the other side of the garage, and that should affect your experiment there, Blue.
Again, thanks, Roden. I appreciate it very much. Let's see where we
How
are
old now?
on the film here. Hang on.
Did you say 94, Alan?
Yes, my mum's 94.
Still bright?
Yeah, still fine.
No, good.
Having a bit of difficulty getting around at the minute because she's developed some arthritis in one of her legs. But other than that, she's she's pretty good. Oh, occasionally forgets stuff and what have you, but nothing serious.
Oh,
Thank goodness.
That's normal.
Yeah. Still calls me by the wrong name all the flipping time.
Steve,
She's
Steve,
done.
Steve.
No. She's called me David, which was my uncle's name, for almost as long as I can remember. I have no idea what. I mean, like, you know, since I was a little kid, she's called me David.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Dot.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I said. Me being me, and I'm nice, but I am shady as well. I'm a bit of the black sheep of the family. And like I said, there wouldn't be a door in that hospital or a wall in that hospital strong enough to keep me from my mum if I thought I was going to miss out. There's been a couple of nights I've been sitting here on live chats with different people while building my zapper. Usually starts with a T, but I built my own. It's twice as powerful as theirs, so I would have gone into the hospital if need be, no matter what. You can't do that to your kids, or your parents, or you can't keep family apart like that. And the thing is here too, our COVID rate is extremely low. They put the lockdown on because there was 6 cases and they couldn't identify where one got it from. Then they identified that where that came from a few days later, and they still haven't lifted the block on the hospital. So it's fairly safe down here. It's not rampant and you know, the spread isn't bad. So I don't know why they haven't lifted that. So
Well,
yeah. I'm glad I'm not going to jail for going to see my mum, but I gladly would have done it if need be.
CJ in the chat says 6:30 in the UK, so time for dinner. Well, have a good evening, CJ. Thanks for being here.
Have a good one, TJ.
I appreciate that. There's a human side to all of this,
Oh.
and I don't really want to talk about the log allergy because
No.
you know how that goes, but there's a human side to all of this. I understand the restrictions and the with non-essential activities, but some things are just fucking essential. I'm sorry for the language, but some things are just essential. And visiting a family member in the hospital is pretty damned essential in my mind. And you got to have a way.
It helps the state of mom too.
Yeah. You got to have a way to handle
Keeping
that.
the right
You know,
frame of
if
mind.
they can't handle it, they need to hire somebody who knows how to handle it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, if they're going anyway, then it's not like you're going to pass something to them that's going to hurt them. Ah, life's a bitch.
When my granddaughter was in the NICU, and after they discharged my daughter from the hospital, it was limited to only one parent at a time visiting. Simply because they just don't want to risk infecting people.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and they don't want to bring the infection. They don't want a chance bringing the infection into the hospital more than. Also, of course, they don't want to risk uninfected people coming into the hospital getting infected.
Mm.
So, you know, it was like,
It was just annoying here that they figured out where all the cases were from, where they were coming from, how they were transmitted, and they still haven't lifted it. That's what I find annoying.
Yeah, I mean,
Like six cases in 400-kilometer radius, and they found where they all come from. So there's no real danger there that I can see, you know.
Moreland's making a real.
Anyway, let's change subject, shall we?
Yeah, Moreland's
Yeah.
making a good point out in the chat. Says swing doesn't need to be zero as long as you can identify the midpoint of the oscillation. That's where the attraction is balanced against the torsional force, and that's exactly right.
Hmm.
That is absolutely correct. This thing does not need to come to a dead stop like some of these knuckleheads seem to think. That's not how the experiment is performed. Nobody performs it that way. You take these oscillations and you figure out where the midpoint is. And the manual method that Cavendish uses comes up close enough. Of course, if you've got, the decaying oscillation, damped oscillation, you can fit a formula to that to see exactly what the midpoint is. But we don't have to do all that. You can do it just the way Cavendish did it. It's perfectly accurate. The question for flat Earth is, please explain to me why the damn midpoint shifts 35 millimeters when I move these lead balls. And it does it every time. That's not...
For perspective, my Bible, Electro Universe.
Yeah. All that stuff.
Right.
I can assure you it's not electrostatics.
No.
Too many reasons to go into why it's not electrostatics. It's definitely not electrostatic. I don't think it's magnetic either, is it, Blue?
Oh,
I don't
like I was saying before, lead is diamagnetic.
I don't believe you're going to have any luck at all making a magnet out of those lead balls or those brass rods they're hanging from.
No, not going to work very well.
Nope. There has never been much of a market for a brass
Stone
magnet.
Monkey's got it. Monkey's got it. Heavenly Energies.
Yeah. Well, you could ask Ross. It's the portal, the interdimensional portal that is the sun.
That's it. Blue, I think I can answer Mike 71's question about Can you adjust the ruler to zero it out? You've got to be using the ruler in the middle like this because it's a standard ruler that starts at 0 at one end and finishes at maybe 100 centimeters at the other. So you can't have it can't be 0 in the middle like the vernier gauge is at the on the end of the actual beam. Correct answer?
Yeah. I don't really care what the numbers are as long as we know, we're just keeping track of the deflection. That's all.
Yeah.
If we know the center point is 205 millimeters on the top end, and then we reverse the balls and the center point becomes 170 millimeters on the other end, well, that's 35 millimeters. And that's what we're looking for. That's the deflection we need to know. And if we know that, then we know what the value of G is, because we know the properties of the balance, and we know that from being able to measure its period of oscillation. So there's no
And
magic
may I ask,
involved.
there are 33 watching. We've got 24 likes. Hit that like button. Don't make Shady come and find you.
Somebody
And now
said,
rodents just being difficult.
Rodents being a smart ass. If the Earth is
Yeah,
spinning at
exactly.
1,000 miles per hour and hurtling around the sun at 67 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers per hour, how do your balls fluctuate only fractions of a millimeter? Also, how could, yes, we know. How can you drink a terrible energy drink when driving 60 miles, 60,
Down the road.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't drink energy drinks. I don't like them. I don't think I've found an energy drink yet that I actually like the smell of.
oh, Stone
Oh,
Monkey in the chat wants to know what Eric's tracker is going to do. I'm going to give Eric this time-lapse video, which will be small enough, I can probably just email to him. And then his tracker will use that tracker software. I've got it too, but he knows how to use it better than I do. So when I get this video assembled, I'll send it to him. We'll see what we get, but it does a really good job. It'll find that red dot and just follow it along.
Maybe it's moving because you've got flat earthers driving past 100 miles away, Blue. The density's affecting.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's my balls that's making it do it.
Yeah, I sometimes worry that one day some flirt's brain is going to reach critical density and suck the entire planet into a black hole.
Well, that's why they shouldn't have their flat earth bloody, what do you call it? Their flat earth get-togethers. Be too much critical mass in one room.
Oh, yeah, critical mass. The critical mass of flirt brain.
It'll be all those dummy ones running around smashing into each other.
Stone Monkey says maybe I could maybe write something to track in real time. Boy, that would be nice. There's at least one Cavendish device out there, because Eric shared a video with me earlier that has an electronic, got a capacitance pickup essentially built into it. So you get real-time computer analysis of that oscillation. It's a little tabletop thing too. I really got pissed when I watched the video. I thought, damn, this asshole is sitting there looking at this little thing sitting on his desk, plugged into his computer, doing the Cavendish experiment, and I got a whole damn garage full of crap I got to deal with. Damn it! Why didn't I think of that?
Yes, but you're doing it properly, Blue. Remember that.
This is
Or at
the
least
old.
or at least as properly as the size of your garage will allow.
It's the old
Oh,
school.
and the available size of lead balls.
Yep, true. It's a bit old school, but it's kind of fun. Well, when I started thinking about this, if it had just been a exercise to demonstrate, to build some kind of Cavendish device of the modern day variety, I wouldn't have been very interested in it, honestly. But I guess most of my life I've scratched my head and thought, how in the hell did a guy in the late 1700s build a thing that has to be as sensitive as that thing had to be? I mean, is it even thinkable, possible that he could have pulled that off? And I think that was a question I wanted to answer for myself. And I see now, yeah, absolutely. Cavendish did this, no doubt about it.
The thing back in those days too, life wasn't so complex. So they weren't thinking about everything all at once like we do nowadays.
That's true.
At night, they didn't have electric lights. You sat by a candle. When it got dark, you went to bed.
Exactly.
Their brains were a lot less stressed than what we have nowadays. You could focus on one thing at a time. That's one thing I wish the Earth, the population could get back to. It's not having that, all the stresses of life running around in your head all at once. You just had one thing to concentrate on. Like when people say, the first especially say, why look up at the stars to understand what's under our feet? Well, that's what people did for their lives. They looked at the stars and made calculations and waited for the next night to make the next calculation. They weren't so involved in everything else. They learnt so much more than we can. No, let me get that right. They had the time to study things more so than what we do now.
And of course, back many thousands of years ago, when all the sky, when everywhere was a dark sky side, you could see the star. It was a heck of a lot easier to see the stars than it is
No
for
light pollution.
than it is, yeah, than it is for than it is for many people. And of course, pareidolia makes seeing patterns in the skies really easy, which is why, of course, we have these, why the constellations are there in the first place, because it's it's a very human thing to see patterns in things. So, of course, you were seeing the patterns in the sky, and you could just see that they were changing over time. So, of course, as soon as people were able to start making records of things, they would record the positions of the stars in the night sky, and their and their importance to them, because they make for a good calendar, don't they? Tells you when to plant. As you become farmers, tells you when to plant crops and what have you.
Yep.
And even as hunter-gatherers, of course, it will tell you, oh look, the stars are coming around to this pattern. It'll be time for the whatever migration coming through, so we best get ready to go and hunt that or whatever.
Even the way they could do it, if you were a farmer, I mean, we all live in cities nowadays. 99% live in cities. But in those days, you had your fields out in the farm. You could go and put a rock on a hill, put a rock in the center of your field and put a rock on the hill where the sun came up or the moon came up, and a week later put another rock. You know what I mean? Like, it was much easier to make something that would show the stars and the seasons and everything else. Study these things. And you have a Mike 71 Blue has joined, and he needs to become blue.
Got it. That should be taken care of now.
Yeah, I just saw he supported, so. One dislike. I wonder who that was.
Not me.
Either Brandon or Bob, I would guess, based on something I saw in the chat earlier.
Who?
Somebody, can't remember who said it now. Somebody typed in the chat that we had more people watching this than either Globebusters or Brandon Toy had watching. So I figure the dislike must have come from Bob Nodell or Brandon Toy, one of the two. They're pissed off, I guess, because I took some of their viewers.
Excellent.
I got a good idea. Let's take all their viewers.
What? So we can educate them in real science?
Yeah, but it's hard to take a 40-year-old and put him back to kindergarten.
Look, I've got some really good books for educating the hardcore flirts.
Yeah, I've got a sledgehammer in my boot.
Yeah, look, these three. He says now. Let's get that. These three books that I've just put in there, I would highly recommend for educating flirts. Just don't let on the full names of the books when you check them out by the ISBN numbers. We wouldn't want to upset them.
For the giggles, it'll be fun to see Lindsay Harris come in and try and explain this. For about 30 seconds, then we'd have to block him.
No, Lindsay would come on and he would. Lindsay is the sort of nutter that you could have on the stream and would be perfectly polite and well spoken, and you wouldn't get any bad language or anything else like that out of. Don't think you'd even get any religious rhetoric out of him, other than his misconceptions of yes, Dave, correct. Other than his misblodging together of Babylonian and Greek and Egyptian stuff.
Rozovsky. Desert ants use trig. And to some degree, yeah.
No, rodent, it wouldn't.
Oh, rodent for another $5. Would it be wrong to contract a cement truck to drive by BMS's house just to mess with him? Yes, that would be wrong. Yes, that would be wrong. It'd be funny though.
I'll chip in for that one.
It would definitely be funny. You should probably put Brian Leakey in charge of that. He knows all about concrete.
Oh, now we could get Leo to set up his crane and swing weights around over your house.
Oh God.
Did anyone see the
Moreland says flirt fleets. He said I think he meant flirts. Flirts think book is the sound a chicken makes. Book, 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 book.
That's gold, mate. Pay that one.
Yeah. Delivery for Blue.
Yeah, you people are silly. Hey, JSS Tiger for $5. Delivery for Blue. Alrighty. Thank you, Tiger, so much. I appreciate that.
Can I just say, Eric, yes, you got it correct. Newtonian Physics for Babies. It's a brilliant book. I have a copy, and when I can get my 14-month-old grandson to sit still for 5 minutes, we do enjoy looking at it together.
That just brought to mind. I'd love someone to tunnel under Slappy's bloody experiment with an electromagnet or something, and just turn it on and off every now and again. Just underneath his garage floor, wherever he's doing his experiment. Make it swing vastly and wildly, left, right, and center, so he doesn't know what the hell's going on. Well, he doesn't know what the hell's going on anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Joe Whip in the house. What's going on?
But I do like that, yes. Get a cement truck to drive around Blue's house very slowly.
Well, we should have about 10 more minutes worth of camera stuff going on over here. Let me see what count we got going on.
I'm looking at that laser dot. It's actually going backward and forward very slightly. Was it just me?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear it. Was that for me?
Yeah, your laser dot seems to be flickering back, left, right, ever so slightly.
Don't know. Let me see if I can see it. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
You got an earthquake there, Blue.
Yeah, okay, we're up close to an extreme. When it gets close to it, when it gets close to
going back forward.
Yeah, when it gets close to the extreme point, you'll see it do that. Sometimes you'll see it bounce up and down just a little bit. It's just reached the end of its travel is what it's doing. It's working on reversing itself. That's kind of how you can tell when you're at the peak of the extreme. I don't know why it does that, but I've noticed it time and time again.
Yeah, I was just doing a left, right, very slightly, but
Yeah, but watch it now that it starts downscale, that stops.
yeah.
Gets steady again.
But where are you in the US, Blue? I've forgotten.
Eastern Tennessee. So over on the east side of
Ah.
the states.
Yeah.
For pretty much.
I was gonna say you're geologically stable.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty much due north of Atlanta, Georgia.
Pigeon Forge.
Because that'd be really interesting. Having a small squadron of what do you call it? A squadron, thing of quakes. That'd play a bit of havoc.
Well, you can and have.
Where were they getting all the quakes when they were doing? You know, they've done all the drilling and fracking and shit. There was somewhere there where they were getting a whole bloody ton of earthquakes, like miners, but
Gosh, I don't
what
know.
are they called?
I don't know.
Can't think of the name right now. There was one area there where, yeah, they reckon it was through all the oil extraction and stuff. They were just getting heaps and heaps of earthquakes, minor earthquakes, all the time. And it was located within, like 50 or 100 miles, just all these little tiny quakes all the time. I do have an earthquake app there somewhere, but yeah, it's often in this one little area. They're not huge, but it's where a lot of the oil drilling is done. Tremors, yes, yeah, but there's a word for it. Can't think of the word.
Tremors. And David, yeah, Tremors. I thought that was a really good movie.
Keith Mayer says this is all very interesting, but you can't really think that those who do not believe that gravity exists will be able to follow any of what you're doing here. That would be correct. I don't think they will. They won't because they don't want to.
No.
Mark Beiser, or Beiser, I guess, says, snake handler country. That's always possible.
Yeah, spot on, Mark. When they get to what they call peak oil, they start injecting seawater and waste shit back down the hole to lift the oil back to the top of the well. They call it peak oil. When the pressure in the well isn't strong enough to bring the oil to the surface, they start injecting crap back down the hole, which lifts the oil back to the top. It was a whole worldwide thing about peak oil a long time ago, where the pressures were dropping that bad. They were having a hard time to empty the wells themselves.
Roden says, for $5. Thanks again, Rudden. On a serious note, it would be interesting to drive a cement truck to or by your house and see if it affects the readings. And I am fairly confident in telling you that the answer to that would be no. You'll
No,
never see it.
the old inverse square law.
Yeah, that inverse square thing pretty much rules it out. There's a car and a truck parked right on the other side of that garage door, and it doesn't seem to make any difference whether they're there or not there. But that's right off the
Well,
end
you
of
get huge ass to walk around your garage.
That's right off the end of the balance too. So in that direction, it's not, you're not trying to cause the balance to rotate anyway. So you wouldn't expect to see anything. That's the reason I sit where I sit while this is going on. I don't go over there and get right in front of this thing. If I
A
go
swarm. Sorry, I just got the word. It's a tremor swarm or a quake swarm.
yeah, earthquake
they call it.
swarms. Yeah.
Yeah.
The question I would ask, Blue, is do you think a cement, a big old cement truck or something driving past would cause vibration issues in the setup? Would it pick up the vibrations through the ground of a large
I don't-
cement truck driving past on the street?
Being hung from the wire, it wouldn't affect the sideways movement. It would only cause a slight imbalance.
It's
You'd see the
it's quite a sensitive thing, and I think I'll do a little demo for you guys here as soon as this camera winds down. We've only got a couple of minutes left. We get our last little couple of frames. I'll walk around there and just tap that case with my, just rap on it just very lightly with my knuckle, and I'll show you what it does.
yeah.
Or
Can I
jump up and
can I
down
just
on the
ask-
concrete slab.
Can
It does
I
actually.
just ask
It does
you-
actually work.
I've already tried that and it doesn't do anything.
No, because I think you'd have to get the harmonics of your jumping right to do anything. Otherwise, it'd cancel out. You'd have to get a resonance happening.
Yeah, this concrete slab is it's 4 inches thick, and it's sitting on top of good stable soil. It does. I have not been able to transmit any vibrations to speak of through the ground here. Plus that
You can get an app on your phone.
well, I've
They-
got
They made one a long time ago, and you can connect to a certain site. And when your phone's even just laying anywhere by your bed or whatever, they ask you to put your phone on a solid surface. And whenever it detects a vibration, it sends it back to them. And they can tell by the type of vibrations it is and by everyone else's phone around you whether it's an earthquake or not, whether it's a tremor or not. Have you ever seen that?
no, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's some app you connect to, and it runs virtually all the time, and anything that the G sensor picks up in your phone, it transmits back to their site. And if the phones in your area all register the same thing, and it even, like, it detects whether it's a truck passing by or a this or a that because of the way the waves propagate to different phones. But yeah, they can actually tell whether there's a seismic event. A minute one that you wouldn't even feel, but it all sends the data back to a central point, and they can use that to do things with earthquakes. Yeah, it's quite interesting. But you've got to put your phone on a solid surface.
It has to be pretty It has to be pretty extreme to ever actually be able to feel an earthquake.
Yeah, oh yeah, you don't feel much, but your
Yeah.
G sensor on the phone will actually pick it up. You get
Oh, yeah,
an
sure.
on time, like yeah, you get a live feed on your phone that registers. And I've put mine on the far side of a concrete slab in the garage and jumped on the other side of the slab, and it will move. And most of our slabs here in Australia, because of the weather, are usually 6 inches thick, and it will actually pick up across a 6 inch at 20 feet. It'll pick up the vibration.
Okay, we are creating a video right now.
How many frames did it shoot, Blaine? If you don't mind me asking.
600.
Time lapse, yeah.
600 frames at a frame rate of 3 per minute.
Yeah, every 20 seconds, yeah.
So that should make a nice video. Unfortunately, I won't be able to show it to you. Not from in here, anyway.
No worries.
Well, here's a question for chat too, just in case. Does anyone know if you can download a time-lapse app for the camera on your Android? Well, I haven't found one.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be beautiful. I'm watching it on the camera right now. Very nice. All right, I'll shut that thing off. Have to take it inside to download it. Get this little AC adapter hickey out of here.
Yeah, Dave. I think I'll wait and watch the time lapse. To be honest, mate. Rather than having to go and look at all those timestamps.
Dave N's been on it really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite lucky because all of the older DSLR Canon DSLRs that I run now, you can crack the firmware so that you can install your own software on it, which is kind of useful because it means that I have software installed on it that will run time lapses for me.
So you want to see what a little tiny vibration will do? I'll stick my hand in over there and just gently tap I just use my index finger and just tap the top of that case one time. Watch this.
You've got a long delay between the live and YouTube, haven't you?
Yep. Oop, I didn't tap it enough. That little tap didn't do anything. I'll give it another try.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that was a pretty substantial tap as well, wasn't it? Really? And it's damped out very fast.
Yeah, that damped real quick. Man, yeah, geez. And wood too is a excellent natural damper.
Yeah. Well, I'm tapping straight down into it, you know, straight down like that. If I go sideways, you'll get a different reaction altogether. I give the thing a little tap sideways. Have you guys seen the second one yet?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that damped out really quickly too.
I'll tell you what, I
it
don't
stopped.
want to mess it up anymore. I'm gonna let the stream
Now,
continue.
come on, you got to kick it, Blue. Kick it.
No. Let's let the stream continue to run.
That's enough.
Let the stream continue to run, and
That damped very well. I saw what you did. That damped out real quick.
the Adam Meekin says, "Great stuff. Any chance this could stay running for a few more hours, please?" Yeah, sure. It will slowly over the next, I would say 12 hours or so. If left alone, it will slowly dampen itself out to nothing. But it's slow. There's nothing there to, well, you think about it, you know, the air resistance inside that case, that enclosure, as slow as this thing is moving, is negligible, really.
Mm.
The damping actually just primarily, I think, comes from the internal resistance, friction inside the wire itself. Rodent. Rodent for another $5. Show us on the Cavendish experiment where the blue marble touches you. wish, wish I could show you guys this time lapse. Dave says, "I'm not staying to take any more readings." Now, we got enough readings, Dave. And I appreciate the hard work. Thank you, sir.
Quick too.
Let's see.
Having anything nice for your tea, Dave? Sorry, Blue.
If I downloaded this thing, this time lapse to a thumb drive and brought it out here, I wonder if I could show that through OBS.
Yes, would be perfectly possible to show it through OBS. There's even a scene type that is just play the video. You don't even need a separate video player.
I'm waiting for Dave. He spent so much time being so accurate with all these readings. I'm now waiting to see how hot his tea gets, how fast.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, if you're making a brew, I'll have one. Thanks, mate. I've already had my dinner, so.
Dave, yeah, thanks again, Dave, for taking that data down. And we got 6 oscillations, Dave is saying, which is what I was shooting for. Wanted to get 6 oscillations either, on both sides. So now it's just doing whatever it does. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'm off round
We
Dave now.
need-
Then he's got fish, chips, peas, bread, butter, and a pot of tea.
We need all the empirical evidence there, Dave.
Yeah, Adam Meakin says, don't think punching it is adding to the empiricism. No. I wanted to, just to give you an idea of the sensitivity of the thing and that, it will react slightly, but it's not affecting, it is not having any effect on the readings that you're getting. When I do
But
accidentally.
personally, I'd like to see the effects if I punched Sleepy in the head, how far he swung backward and forward and how long that took.
I don't know. I think he's probably so floppy. His head flopped to one side and never come back.
What do they say? Only take 3 hits. Me hitting him hitting the floor, ambulance hitting the road. Some of these players, at least he's being nice to you, Blue.
Yeah.
As you were saying, he pulled his head in a bit. With the name calling and whatever else, and
Yeah,
have a good chat. I like that.
I don't like all that name calling stuff.
Probably
No point in it.
Probably still won't help much, but
Well, they're trying. Hats off to those guys for actually trying to do something. I know they're trying to understand
yeah,
the torsion balance and how it works. And
he's done more than 99% of them.
yeah, no doubt about it. But hopefully, through all of this, Anthony and everybody involved on the other side that are looking at this thing will begin to understand how sensitive this is, and how slight these movements really are. They're repeatable, they're undeniable, but they're really small. And if you think you're going to stand 3 feet away from it and see that thing move, you're not. Especially when the movement takes place over a course of 8 minutes. The oscillation period, if anybody was tracking this, is 16 minutes, period, to go from one extreme back to that same point again. So 8 minutes to go all the way to the left, and then 8 minutes to come all the way back to the right. Now, hell, worms crawl a lot faster than that.
Yeah.
It's not going to be obvious to you that it's swinging. That's just the nature of the
A snail
beast.
on Valium would leave it behind.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just the nature of the beast. But it's got to be that sensitive to be able to detect these sorts of forces. We're talking about, less than 50 nanonewtons.
Like you're saying that whoever put that, I think it was, I can't think of his name now. Whoever did that before with the hug and gravitational pull less than 1 square millimeter of paper, that it's hard to quantify that small of amount.
Well, it is. It absolutely is. And I've got an advantage in that, this thing's got a 4-foot long torsion balance in it. So 2 feet either side of center. And obviously, the shorter you make the thing, the less the movement is, right?
Of course.
So it's not an easy measurement to make, and nobody ever said it was. That was the sheer genius of guys like Coulomb and Reverend Michel and Cavendish and all those guys back then. Just having the ability to realize how small these forces are.
It's the same as trying to explain to first the distance, scale of the universe and different things.
Yeah.
Or even just the scale of the Earth.
Sorry, Alan?
Or even just the scale of the Earth.
Yeah. No.
Why does it look flat? Because it's so damn big.
Yeah. Yeah. Stick a microbe on a beach ball, it's going to look flat.
Yeah. Or even stick a microbe on a cue ball and it's going to look flat.
Yeah. Yep. Well, what was it? They made that steel spherical ball. It was the roundest thing humans have ever made. And they said if it was the size of the Earth, the highest point would be something like a few millimeters, or whatever it was. I don't know the figures right now, but the ball was about 4 or 6 inches around. And that was the roundest object mankind's ever made. And you scale it up to the Earth, and the biggest lump you could step over.
Doing or has built the apparatus that Sleeping Warrior is talking about?
I'm not really sure. Left line? I guess that's the left line.
In his most, yeah.
Hey,
One of his most recent comments, he says, "We have been testing this thing for months. Nothing attracts anything in the testing that we've done."
Well,
is this the torsion balance that has a pivot at the top for the wire, so that the so there isn't actually any torsion?
Yeah, the frictionless torsion.
Yeah.
I think that was the first one that John D was mixed up with. They had that frictionless point, and then for some reason, they went away from their long box and their long balance to this big pot-looking thingy that they're showing now. But when they first started showing the pot thingy, it was just moving all over the place. And apparently it still had that sort of, pinpoint connection up there at the top where the torsion wire is not it's not a torsion wire. It's just a pole, You're not torquing the wire, you're just moving that pivot point. And at some point they've decided that maybe we were right to begin with. They actually needed to fix that thing, which they apparently have done now, because their balance is sitting pretty stable. Very stable, as a matter of fact. But they've not told anybody how long the torsion, the balance arm is, how much the mass is hanging on each end of it, what the wire's made out of, if it is a wire, in fact. There's no details there, so I can't help them understand whether or not they've got a viable apparatus to begin with. Now, if I had all that stuff, I can easily tell it to them. That's how this started. I didn't just start screwing shit together. I sat down and did the engineering and looked at it and figured out how much deflection I could expect and what size wire element and all that sort of stuff. It's not that hard to do. And it's
So kind of figuring it out before you do it that's what engineering, right?
Yeah, that's what engineering's all about. And I can do all of that for any arrangement that you come up with. It's not an issue. It's not a big problem. But it looks to me like they're just taking a shot in the dark and, hoping for the best, when a little bit of science and some planning and engineering analysis of the thing before you actually commit to a design would have been helpful. But at this point, there's nothing. They've not done anything wrong that I can tell. But who knows what the hell properties that torsion wire has? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what size it is, or anything of the sort. If they would just force it to vibrate, to oscillate, then we could at least get a qualitative sort of feel for the sensitivity of it. But we've seen nothing. So at this point, I don't know what to tell them. I can make this one stop oscillating too. I'll take that .007 wire out and put a piece of 16th inch diameter wire in there, and it won't move an inch. It won't move a micron. It'll sit there just absolutely dead still.
2x2. Bit of 2x2 hardwood.
Yeah, I mean you can mess up the design to the point that you're never gonna see any movement. So it's not like you just go down to Home Depot or the hardware store and grab a roll of some kind of wire and hope for the best. That's not how it works.
Yeah, spot on, Mark 10. That's the one. This is that sphere was a neat gravity probe B. And it's ridiculous too. Like, we have gravity maps of the Earth, and you can see what's under the surface and things like that, but they deny. They look through the ice caps and find craters using radar and gravity mapping. And deny.
Well, what we're looking at today is definitely not the most sensitive balance I built, not even close. And still we see, I see time and time, every time I do this, I'll get a deflection of that thing of about 35 millimeters on the laser. And that's about 3.5 millimeters roughly at the end of the balance. And it's like clockwork.
Hmm.
Shout out to Walter Bislin. 5 of those CHF thingies. Thanks, Walter. I appreciate that, my friend. Brian would say, just Google it. Yeah, exactly.
No, Eric just made a good comment. Really? Wow. I didn't know that. Because everything's got to be passive on a modern submarine. So I understand that, but yeah, I didn't know that's how they did that.
Well, I mean,
Well,
if you're coming past something that's sticking up out of the ocean floor, um,
Yeah, you can't
It's-
send out a ping to find it.
Correct.
It's got to be dead
it's
silent.
it's going to have gravity. It's going to affect the local gravity field, isn't it?
Yeah,
And as you say,
yeah.
you don't want to be making noises. Not after all the trouble they go to reduce cavitation off the propeller blades and all that stuff, and acoustic coatings on on the inside and outside of the steel, and all that other suspended flipping floors inside for the sailors to walk around on.
Yeah, spot on, Chris. Yeah. I mean, you can imagine the military always get the highest technology, and then it slowly filters down to us. That's the way it works. But to be able to detect something like that underwater, like that, yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, thanks, Eric. I'll have a look at that. That would be really interesting.
yeah, Heads makes a good point. Follow the money. Oil companies use gravimeters, not dowsers. Exactly.
Yet the flat earth will lean on that dowsing process every time.
I don't think you're going to get very far if you show up at the front door of British Petroleum with a forked stick in your hand.
Oh, we have Walter Bislin in the chat.
Yes,
Hello,
we do.
Walter.
Yes, we do. Got to make Walter turn blue. There we go.
So the Grace satellites, which I haven't heard of them, but sense gravity changes on Earth due to the distribution changes of water in the air, aka clouds.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
But Flirt's just a nice space because they're freaking idiots. But they just deny it.
Although I think some of those big cumulonimbus thunderclouds, I guess there's actually quite a lot of massive water in them.
Oh, thousands and thousands of tons. But how does that work? Because gravity must be selective. Da 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 da. I have no idea.
So Blue, did you see Brian Leakey's latest video from last night?
No, I haven't.
I'm sorry, did you answer?
Uh-oh, wait a minute. I'm still on?
There you go.
Yeah, no, I
There
didn't.
you
I,
go.
Yeah, you're still on, Blue.
yeah, I haven't seen Brian's latest creation. What about the
Uh,
battery plates
it's
hanging
gonna
up?
no, it's a hit piece. He talks about your that you proved lead repels lead for one thing, and then he's talking about you're being dishonest and different things. Yeah, he's struck a pretty good nerve, and I'm sort of formulating what I'm going to say to that boy next time I see him. You might want to watch it. You might not want to right now. You're in a good mood.
I don't put a, I don't, I don't pay a lot of attention to what Brian Leakey says. He's been insulting me for as long as since the first time I ran into the guy. So a few more of his insults won't make any difference one way or the other.
Well, it's like in conversation when you're back and forth and you can state your position is one. But to me, what he did last night is slanderous, and it's a step above his normal.
Well, that's consider the source, okay?
Every word that comes out of his mouth, other than the and it was, if, is all crap.
I have no intention of getting into a pig wrestling contest with Brian Leakey.
Yeah, he'll win that, I guess, probably.
Oh, yeah. Well, pigs are invariably more, adept at it than you are. I'm not going to get down on that level. I heard him, though, I think maybe on Jose's yesterday, or at some point, talk about that joking remark I made back when I was working out the issues with the electrostatics and, static electricity on the surface of the case here. And I absolutely jokingly said that I had managed to prove lead repels lead. It was a joke, and I made it clear that it was a joke. If he wants to take if he wants to take that now and try to say that I was being serious about that, all I could say is, Brian, you're a son of a bitch. Screw you.
That's what he did.
Yeah, well.
That's exactly what he did in this video.
That sounds about like the kind of low-class bullshit that he's capable of.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to shut up because I'll lose my temper. So.
I'm sorry I brought it up, but like I said, I'm sort of formulating a concise response, but I want him there. I got something to say to it.
I'd sort of rather you guys take care of him. It means more coming out of somebody like you, Left Lane, than it does coming out of me. Everybody's free to listen to it. Go right ahead. You can listen to the full context in which I was talking about that evening or afternoon. I remember it quite well.
Well, to the people that matter, the people that know better, know better.
Yeah, of course.
And those are the people that matter anyway.
I actually caught Rachie. I watched some of her video a couple of weeks back, and she picked up on Professor Lewin. Now he does some awesome videos. Anyone familiar with his work?
Who is it?
Professor Walter Lewin.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, Walter
Yeah,
Lewin is
and she
one of the best MIT physics professors there ever has been. That guy's incredible.
and he does things in such a way, like some of the stuff is very, very difficult to understand, but he does most of it in such a way where the layman can, if you've got any idea, the layman can pick up on what he's saying. And she came up with one of his videos, and each time he said gravity, I disagree. She'd stop the video and go, I disagree with that, and then pick up something else and, oh well, that's what he says.
This guy's
Cherry picking
this guy's
someone like that. How?
good
Oh,
Lord.
I got red in the face.
This guy is a PhD, MIT professor, and some bimbo like Rachie is going to come along and correct him. Right. Gotcha.
Yeah. Cherry picking, correcting him. And I said, watch some of these other videos. And I found one where he was on about gravity and this and that and the other. And I sent her a link, and I was blocked and deleted, and I used 6 of my accounts to try and get through. And no.
Yeah. I think I know who you are.
Yeah.
Rachie's hopeless. There's no point in talking to her.
No.
Judy Bassett.
She replaced everything he was saying with disequilibrium and all that kind of crap.
Well, you're in the wrong.
Cherry picking.
Well, if you want to replace it with disequilibrium, you're in the wrong part of the damn college. Get over and talk to the financial people, because disequilibrium is a term, good Lord, that's used in finance. It's not used in science. Judy Bassett in the chat, you're absolutely right. Judy says, when you wrestle a pig in the mud, you find that the pig enjoys it. Not only does the pig enjoy it, he's better at it than you are. You're going to lose.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
in my job, I tend to need to get violent every now and again. I'm not a violent person, but it's my job, and I have to get that way. That's my job. Some of these people, yeah. It's the old story. How do you stop a flirt from drowning? You take your foot off their head.
That's cold.
Yeah. I just wanted to say about Professor Lewin. I find watching him talk about physics is like watching Richard Feynman talk about physics. I would put him at that level.
Brilliant. And one of the best ones, getting slightly off the subject, one of the best ones is when he does gyroscopic precession with a push bike wheel. Don't know if anyone's ever seen that.
Yep, spinning round and round on the chair.
No. He gets a push bike wheel and spins it up with a grinder, on a bench grinder, and he spins the wheel up, and then he's got a rope suspended from the roof, and it's a front push bike wheel with no tire on it, just the rim, and he spins this thing up to a couple of thousand revs, and then he hangs one side of the axle off the rope, and the wheel remains upright and precesses.
Yeah.
And that's where one of my favorite terms is, it's unintuitive. You'd think that the wheel would fall down sideways because it's hung from one side, and it does not. It stays perfectly straight up and down, vertical, but processes around. And then he gets, I think, a kilogram weight or whatever it is, and hangs it off the other side of the axle. So you've got a rope hanging down the left, the wheel in the middle, and he hangs a weight off the right, and the wheel still remains vertical, it just processes faster. And when you look at it, you think, that can't happen, it should fall over, but it does not. And flirts need to watch something like that, because your brain tells you it should just fall over, and it doesn't. It simply doesn't.
Well,
That's physics.
gyroscopes are some of the, that's one of the least intuitive devices anybody will ever run across. And any damn fool that says, "Oh, I looked at a gyroscope and immediately could see what it was going to do and how it does it," is an idiot. It is not intuitive, not at all.
No, not at all. But that one, you look at it and just, they say trust your senses. If you looked at that, your brain just says it's going to fall over, and it does not. It will not. It's amazing stuff. Physics is amazing stuff, and these guys just have no stinking idea.
Yeah, you're torquing the rotation vector, and that does what it's supposed to do when you understand how it works.
Yeah, and he fully explains it. Fully explains it. And I think they get another one where they've got a 30-pound solid wheel on the end of a bar that's probably 2 or 3 feet long, and they spin that up. And the guy says, "Look, I'm trying to pick this weight up, and he physically cannot pick the weight up by one hand." And then they rotate the mass on the end, which I'm pretty sure was like 30 pounds, and he picks it up and lifts it over his head and turns it round and puts it back on the ground again. And it doesn't make sense to your brain. But then he goes through and explains what's happening and how the torque, angular momentum, and everything works. And it works. If you showed it to a flirt, they go, "Oh, CGI. Fake. Can't happen." Because they just don't understand. And no matter what you do, even if you gave it to them, they'd tell you there's a skyhook or something. But it's just ridiculous. They do not
Says
understand.
he would love to see a Fleur try to derive Kepler's laws from relative density disequilibrium.
Oh, mate, they can't add up 1, 1, and 1. Yeah, Clive, yes. Mathematics of rotating bodies is quite interesting.
Yes, it is.
It's beyond quite interesting. It's wow. You know, it really is wow.
It's called the right-hand rule. Learn it, love it.
Yep. Hello, fluffy kitten.
Who's Dave talking to?
Dave just made a comment. Hello, fluffy kitten.
Yeah, who's he talking to?
Well, it ain't me.
It definitely ain't me.
Rob Barton says, "I think you'll find
Blue.
physics departments."
Blue, have you got blue fur?
Huh? No, I do not. Rob Barton says, "I think you'll find most physics departments around the world would do similar demonstrations." Yes, they do. Absolutely. Actually,
Yeah.
we did the bicycle wheel thingy in my high school physics class.
Yeah.
When I took physics in high school, and we all had fun with that thing. We had the stool that would rotate and the whole 9 yards. And unfortunately, our instructor didn't know his ass from a hole in the ground, but so we didn't learn anything about what it made, why it did what it did. We just knew it was fun to play with it.
Yeah. But yeah, the first time I saw that video, I had to watch it about 5 times because it was just, it took me a minute. I think I was pretty drunk at the time, but I had to watch it a few times because I'm just looking at it going, hang on. And until he actually, and he does describe things so well, Professor Lewin. It was just, wow. Oh God. Now I've got Fluffy in the chat.
That was probably who Dave was talking to. Oh, no.
Yeah, and Clive too. You said the rotating mathematics of rotating bodies. In space on the ISS, they spin. I think there's a wing nut or 2 wing nuts, and it rotates for so long, and then actually reverses direction and position. The whole thing turns around and goes backwards. It spins that way for a second, and then reverses and spins backwards again. It's amazing stuff. I don't understand the math on it. I sort of get it, but my favourite word, unintuitive, just weird.
Fluffy's in the chat. Hi, Fluffy.
I have to say, when I was a kid, of course, we didn't have 24-hour TV, but like during the day, if I was home off school because I was not well or something, I used to love being able to watch the Open University TV broadcasts. Because you get a half hour of physics or a half hour of. I didn't really care that I didn't particularly understand it. It was just like great to watch.
Oh, the old the Curiosity Show.
I don't think
Awesome.
we had that here in the UK.
And there was another guy, oh God, there was another professor. He had scraggly white hair and bushy eyebrows. Professor Sumner Miller. If you've ever seen him as well, he used to do the same thing and explain things very well to the layperson. And just some amazing stuff.
Yeah,
And
I mean
that's,
these
I
were.
think Fleurs missed all this.
Yeah, I mean the thing was, I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. Open University is degree level stuff. It's it's putting yourself through a degree level course by correspondence, and they used to use TV broadcasts a lot in the 70s. And yeah, it was great. I mean, yeah, and literally you'd sit and watch an hour of you know second
I used to
you know,
love,
a
I used to
maths
love
course that a
watching
second year.
documentaries.
Yeah, well, yeah, watch documentaries.
I mean, I'd rather have watched Dad and I. My dad was an intelligent man, but he left school at, like, I think he was about 10 to support his family. He had 13 brothers, and well, he was one of 13 brothers and sisters. and there was only 2 brothers. And he left school at about 10 or something to go and cut wood with my uncle. Fell wood. And extremely smart with problem solving and mechanics and different things like that, but he wasn't very scientific at all. Whereas when I went to school, I got honours in science 2 grades above my level. And I would sit there and explain things to him, and he couldn't quite grasp it many times, but he listened. And that's the problem with a lot of these blokes, is they refuse to listen. They just turn off and they just won't listen. And it's a shame. It really is a shame. I pity them. I
They're
actually pity them.
convinced that reality is a lie.
Yeah, especially now with the internet and whatever, everyone can have an opinion. And it's sad because 99% of people's opinions are wrong. They refuse to learn. They don't want to learn. It's sad. Yeah, spot on, Rob.
Well, Snowy, glad you're enjoying it. It's been fun. This thing's been going on the better part of a year, almost a year now, 11 months.
Snowy the kitten wants to play Pounce on the red dot.
Yeah. By all means, Snowy, have at it.
You'll probably be able to catch this one.
Yeah, it was a major advancement in our scientific learning when we finally figured out that you could use lasers for something other than irritating the shit out of your cat.
Yeah.
Oh.
And try and explain laser cooling to a flirt.
I had a friend who had access to a red dot laser way before lasers became anywhere near mainstream, and he owned a shop, and he always worked upstairs, and he would stand by the upstairs window and shine the laser dot on the pavement and do it to people.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think one of my favourite things of childhood was we were fairly well off in our neighbourhood, always fairly well off. And the first remote control TVs came out, you know, when you had like 4 buttons or 6 buttons and that was it.
Yeah.
And like I said, we were fairly well off. We upgraded every now and again. But my favourite thing was when my parents weren't using the TV, I would take the remote and go round the neighbours' houses and look in their lounge room windows and change the channels and turn the volume up and down on their TVs. And they'd be slapping the TV and using their remote trying to get it right. and they'd get their channel on and sit back in the chair, and then I'd change the channel again from outside the window.
I
was a bugger
I
of
know
a kid.
some of,
Well, you know, you'll
I know
find.
some of the earlier ones that were available in the UK were actually ultrasonic. So they used an ultrasonic transducer to change the channel.
Yeah, not infrared.
Yeah, not
I
the
re-
infrared. They're actually ultrasonic.
I remember that Dad bought an old Mustang, and this is when I was a kid, and it was like before remotes. But there was a clicker in there, and it had it
Yeah,
looked like an aluminum rod, like a tuning fork type thing inside it. And I never could figure out what that was, but now I understand that it was some sort of a remote, but I have
yeah,
no idea
and
what it is.
you used
Probably a
to. That
garage door
that was
opener.
the first remote ever. It was like that little plastic, little tin beetle with a strip underneath.
Yeah.
And you could snap it. It'd snap. And that was one of the first remotes ever for some devices. You had to click it, and I don't think it was a TV. Might have been a toy or something. But you could click that clicker, and that'd make the toy work. Same thing. Sort of ultrasonic. Yeah, I got in real bad trouble. Well, not real bad trouble. My parents are actually laughing, but I got in trouble. That, yeah, I was going around all the neighbours' houses and changing their TV channels, turning their volume up and down, and driving the neighbours insane. Always good fun.
I think I need to go, Blue. So I shall say good evening to you. Been fun chatting.
Good evening, Alan.
Yes, Mr. Waterman, that was me. Sorry about that.
Oh, I think Blue might have snuck off for a minute now.
Well, he doesn't use bottles, apparently.
Oh, good.
Clap on, clap off. Yes, clap on, clap off.
Is that anything like wax on, wax off?
Yeah, no. That was on TV here the other night. My God, could they have not trained that kid, whatever his name was, to be a little bit better at karate than push his hand through blocks of ice instead of striking, or actually throw a kick? That was like the most 10th grade movie I've ever seen.
What? The kid that I didn't realise until recently when it was pointed out to me. The kid that had to cheat to win the tournament.
Karate Kid.
Yeah, because
The other
they mentioned at the start of the tournament, no kicks to the head. What's he do? Kicks the other guy in the face.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, but at one point they get him to break these blocks of ice, and he doesn't strike it. He pushes his hand through it, and all the ice flies away. at least they could have got someone that knew what they were doing. Dora, what? You need your fence painted. Don't know how to respond to that.
So, are you back, Blue?
Take care, Doug. And Dave. Good on you, mate.
Yeah,
Awesome work there.
yeah, and I'll also say I'll see everybody later.
What are we doing?
Take care, everybody.
See you, Alan.
See you, Alan.
Good to see you, Alan. Take care, mate. When you want that scooter to go a bit faster, you let me know. My rocket motor development is progressing.
Is my mic working in here?
There you
It
are.
is now.
Oh, okay. Not lighting up though. Yeah, it is. So what's going on out there? Anything?
Dora wants her fence painted. Don't ask. I have no idea.
I think I get the joke.
Alan's gone. Dave's gone.
Yeah, this has gone on probably about as long as it ought to. So I'm thinking that it might be getting close to time to end the stream.
It's been... Why does
4.5 hours.
Why does my thing say 56? It says 56 minutes for me, but I don't think that's correct.
Now, the stream's been live for 4 hours and 34 minutes right now.
Yeah.
I think I'll ease over to Jim's and catch a little Redrick over there and watch his Sunday roast.
Oh God. Yeah, I'm banned from all my accounts are banned from there.
Did Jose go live today? Or
No, he's got stormy weather and unstable internet.
oh, okay. Let's see, who was it
That
asked?
time.
It was the Adam Meekin, I think, was the one that asked if I could leave the stream going for another couple of hours, I think he said. I don't think it's quite been 2 hours, but yeah. Adam, if you're still out there watching, is this good enough, or if you're dying for more, I'll just leave it running.
I'm gonna head off. It's now 5:15 in the morning.
Oh boy.
That will do me for now.
Well,
Well, gentlemen, y'all have a good day. Blue, I'll see you later, man.
you out of here too, left lane? Sounds good.
Take care, mate.
Yep. You guys be good. I think we'll end the stream at this point. Unless anybody's got any questions out there. And if you do, keep them to yourself. No, I'm just kidding. If you have any
I was
questions?
gonna say, how much room is around your house to drive the cement truck?
I don't want to see any damn cement trucks out here. Not a one, okay? I know it's funny, but
If I could, I'd fill it full of Flurf's heads and then do it.
you know those old televisions you were talking about, though, those things were pretty similar to flat earthers in one respect. Once in a while, you just need to slap the shit out of them. Let me finish my joke. Once in a while, you just need to slap the shit out of them for them to get the picture, right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Just like an old TV.
Yeah, I think I've done that many a times.
Oh, yeah. Haven't we all? No, these youngsters have never done that because they never had those things that had vacuum tubes in them.
Yeah. Oh, here's one. My when back in those days, I was like 10, living in Melbourne in Australia, whereas I'm now in Queensland. My sisters used to bring all their high school friends around because we were one of the first families that had a colour TV. But some programs were still broadcast in black and white. So you sort of had that mix of,
Yep.
One of my sister's friends, and I don't mean to be mean to Bev, but she was about as thick as some of the Flevers. Lovely girl, but pretty thick. She walked into the lounge room one day and saw that the TV was in black and white. It was an old program. And she turned around and said to everyone, "What happened to the colour?" And my mum, being as sharp as a tack, turned around and said, "Oh, it broke. All the colour ran out onto the floor. It took us hours to clean up." And she went, "Oh no, really?" Yep, that was Bev.
Yeah. Well.
Sharp as a tack, called the ball bearing.
Yeah. And another super chat for €7 from Judy Bassett. Judy, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Chris Durham Music Channel says his question is, how am I doing? I'm doing fine, Chris. Other than my backside's getting a little sore at this point. 4.5 hours of sitting on this damn wooden stool is about all I'm good for. So with that, I think I'm going to wish all you fine people a pleasant rest of the Sunday afternoon or evening or early Monday morning or wherever it is, whatever it is, or wherever you are. And we will do this again. Shady, take care of yourself, brother.
Been good.
All right.
You too, my friend.
Thanks for showing up, everybody. See you guys on the next one.
Take care, everyone.